My God, would you believe me if I was to say that I was speaking to myself offline? I was like, hello, good morning, everyone. How are you? I was like, why am I looking at my schedule for? Anyway, I'm here. Thank you. Shout out to Brenda and Dennis Sweeney. Thanks for the pictures. That was from yesterday. I got more pictures. I need to put in a montage for tomorrow. I'm trying to get all these pictures together. A shout out to everyone out there doing the Lord's work in Dedham right there. So hello, good morning to you all. We'll go through some stuff in a second. I'll let everyone come in to chat first, and then we'll address a couple of things, because obviously I'm on my own. But we'll address that in a second. Just let's get everyone in, and then we'll address it. Hello, Christine. How are you doing? I'm Fortunato. How are you, my darling? Jesus Christ, I'm watching the stream at the same time. Tomorrow, he'll cross you tomorrow. Tim, how are we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Halos and Horns, hello, Acorn. Right, we'll get into that on a break. Oh my God, pause. I'll get into that on a break. I had never heard the term egg corn before, but we'll get into that. Bailey, hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Tim there. Oh, Susanna, good morning to you, my darling. Shari, good morning to you all. Good morning to you, Shari. Tim, NVCAP, can you please address whether Tom is getting arrested for threatening with his children? Please, people on Twitter say he reported to police over the weekend. He never should have made threats on video. He's not been arrested, I don't believe. And I'm not really sure what is going on. I do know there was some video. He's apologized. I don't know more than that. But yeah, I don't know. No idea. But he's definitely not been arrested, that's for sure. And I know he apologized about something. I don't think he attacked children, though. But I don't actually know. So I had no comment on it. I 100% not sure what's going on with that. All I know is he apologized for something. I don't know what that something was. But yeah, so I can't comment about it. Although he is coming on my stream tomorrow. So welcome to him. And I judge people on how they treat me, and he's always been good to me. I do not condone people attacking children, but I don't believe he... Anyway, no comment. I don't actually know. So, Miss, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're all well. Also, the people I listen to is not Twitter. I'll listen to my mods and people in my circle. They'll inform me of anything I need to know. Hello, Miss, my darling. How are you? Donna, hello, my darling. Helene, hello to you, my darling. Sassy, hello. Yeah, there's some in the video with you saw Dennis Sweeney and all them as well, so they're all there. Yeah, this is why I don't address it. There's more to the story than I know, so this is why I'm not addressing it, guys. I don't know. All I'll say is there's more than one side to every story, and yeah, this is why I'm not really addressing it. But thank you, Miss Vicky. Good morning, my darling. Hello to you. I know there's a lot of drama going on, blah, blah, blah. Daniela from Berlin, how are you, my darling? Sasquatch, hello to you. I'm not putting these on screen. Good morning, Eldon. This would be another very telling day for Karen Reid's total innocence of these totally false allegation charges. Let's go, Eldon. Good morning, Katrina. How are you, my darling? Oh, right. Jesus Christ. Sherry, that's your Anera. What a lovely name. Anera. Lovely name that is. Should be epic, you're right. Chrissy, how we doing? Are we in the shower or not? I don't know what's going on. Callie, how we doing, my darling? Jesus Christ, I'm trying to dodge all the drama here. Sally keeps scrolling. Hello to you in the farm. Hope you're well, my darling. Morning crew, Callie, how we doing? Hope you're well, my darling. Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is. True Seeker, P, how we doing? I'm literally trying. It's like in the weeds here, trying to dodge all the stuff. Hi everyone, I have a great feeling about today. Free can read. Thank you, True Seeker. Thanks for being here. Hope you're well as well. Trump 2024. Hello to you as well. Debbie, good morning to you. Especially Tom's issues. Yeah, 100. Well, I mean, he's coming on tomorrow, but I mean, that's a different story. Mads, hello to you. Jesus, it's Monday morning and we've got drama filled everywhere. Tim, hello to you. Jesus. Carrie, good morning to you from Florida. Hello, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. It's going to be epic. You're right. Sarah Lodge, hello to you. Good morning. Hoping today goes extremely well for Team Karen. It should, I think. I think it should. Sunny, hello to you. Sammy B. Sean had a post on YouTube saying he has a family emergency. Yes. We'll address it in a second. I want everyone to come in. It's all good, though. I mean, it's not all good, but you know what I mean. Morning, Miss Gold. Hello, my darling. How are you? Hello, Sammy B. Thank you very much. I know. We all love Sean, but I appreciate no Sean today. I know. Thank you very much, Callie. I do appreciate that. Golden Girl, good morning to you, my darling. So yeah, I mean, there's tweets here going about Sean and his family. So just to address it, some of you might have seen the message Sean last night. Sean has got some family issues going on at the minute. I don't know. I got an email from him last night. I messaged him quickly this morning, just sending my love to him. I don't know the details. I don't care what the details are. It's his personal, private life. I don't know. I just wish him well. And if he does watch this, Sean, you know, brother, I'll just say I meant every word in my text. You know, he's this is why, right? Do you know what? I was thinking about this, right? The trial, everything's brought everyone together. It's been fantastic. Like, I'm blessed to have got to know Sean and stuff, and him having issues with his family obviously hits all of us. We all love him, but also he hates the fact he's not here. But he knows family comes first, so he's going to be there. We're not sure how long he's going to be out for, but as soon as it's all sorted, he'll be back. So there's no live shows for him either, or anything like that for the foreseeable future. But please keep him in your thoughts, the family in your thoughts. Send him love. I will, if there are nice comments in chat, I will clip it and I'll send it to him because I know we'll cheer him up a little bit. So that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm not really going to address this. His private life. I know as streamers we put ourselves out there, and you know people want to know a little bit more, but it's private. So I'm you know, I don't actually know, and I don't want to know. It's his private life. So shout out to him and much love to him. Godspeed. And our Paul's going into court today. He's dressed right up. Okay. So yeah, so that's it. He's not going to be. I'm not sure when he's going to be back. I know you're all going to be disappointed, but please remember, you know, family is much bigger than this. So yeah, all love to him. So thank you, Sean family. Yes, thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you for all the good wishes. I will clip this and send it to him. Good morning to H2 Mum. Also, if you do me a favor, because people will be coming into the stream and going, where the hell is Sean? Where's Sean? Where's Sean? I don't want to address it anymore, if I'm being honest, guys. I'm just going to address it once. That's it. Again, I want to keep it private. And so if you can let people know in chat, if somebody comes in, just say, you've got family issues. That's it. And we'll leave it at that, if you don't mind. All right, hang on. We got some stuff here. They've arrived. So let me just show you as they arrived. Hello, Kiki.
He's good.
Sally's there. Hello, Sally. Hello, Bob.
Did you have a good weekend?
Hey, Karen.
Sweet.
Hey, Tracy. Yeah, we've addressed it. Good morning, Stephen. Steen. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Yaya. Good morning, Jill. Thank you so much. Good morning, Big D-Dog. How are you, fella? Let's frigging go. See that? Very quiet today.
Let me grab that for you.
Good morning, John.
Morning, how are you?
How are you doing, buddy?
Good. How was your weekend?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm shocked you're still here. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
right.
Really? I sat there kicking out of my head.
Oh my God. That's fine.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm up for the duration of this one.
Good, man. Good. At least you're bringing the good weather with you.
Hey, Wicked.
So did you see the judges? What's love?
Here we go. Let's go. Hey, True Crime Kangaroo.
No. We're not allowed.
Belinda. Hey, Gat.
We'll wait for them.
I did. I was like, let's go, to myself. Good morning. Hey, Stacey. Hello, everyone. Hello, Callie. Oh, Callie. Aline.
Good morning.
He will do a get together. He will. Oh,
Good luck.
please. Nobody knows me like I know myself. Nobody knows me like I know myself. Let's go. What's that song? Da-da-da, and everything is all right. Something up all night, and if I dee ba ba ba, just like me and butter. So I don't remember the words of it. Oh, who did it? But there we are. Anyway, Paul's in that courthouse today. 8:30 start today. We will get to it now. Good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Smee. Smee? How could I have forgotten try to start again today? It's been a long. I thought it was just a sucky dream. I know. Carrie, thank you, my darling. Good morning, Nicolette. Hello to you. Thank you, Carly. Happy Mofo Monday. Let's mofing go, Margaret. Let's mofing go. And gifted membership. Thank you very much to Susie for the gifted membership. I will get to it. I need to find it first, but I will get to it. Thank you, Susie. Way from New Zealand. Hey, Delane. Let's go, fella. Or madam. I don't know if you're a male or female, but so you're not a Sheila. As in, I can't say good morning, good day, mate. That's Australia, isn't it? Good morning, LJ. Good morning, Donna. Joseph. Love that Mofo Monday. Right, I can take this down. I need to get Law and Crime up ready for, because we're starting early. We're starting 20 odd minutes. So let me entertain you. So sorry, you're going to have to have more singing on me today. I am all over the shop. There's so much going on today. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable how busy it's been today. Everything is gonna be all right. Let me get the stream. Be okay. And if you Law and Crime. No, wrong one. Is it? What day is it today? 22. Okay. I think we got the right one then. And if you follow me and everything is all right. Something left you. And if you right, okay, I got it. Yeah, baby, we got it. Right, here we go. Let's go through this then. Muzzle, hello to you. Top of the morning to you, Muzzle. Where you from, Muzzle? Love that. Go F yourself. Good morning to you, Francesca. Good morning, everyone. Let's power through this. Hello. Respect Sean, everyone. I know you guys will. You guys will. The trolls won't, but you guys will. Carrie, hello to you, LJ. Please, no drama today. Let's keep safe. No drama. I don't want drama. I just can't. I'm having a hell of a day today, so no drama, please. Morning from Scotland. Hey, Eileen, where are you from in Scotland? I lived in Glasgow for a year. Love the Scottish people. Now, do you say messages? I'm going to pick up my messages. I said it, but some people say no, you don't say it. Good morning, Matthew. Good morning, Greg. Top of the morning to you, Greg. Raoul. Another Mofo Monday sounds like the title of a song. Miss Lynn, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Jenny says, thumb drive Monday, let's go. Morning all, hello to you. Sasquatch says hello. Jennifer Manning. So just everyone to know, Jen is joining us at lunchtime today. She's going to be our guest today to give an analysis. She is wonderful tonight. She's joining us this afternoon about 1 o'clock, I think. So please don't go anywhere lunchtime. If you remember, Jen was the one with the video last week in court. She's awesome. So thank you for being here. Jen, and I look forward to seeing you at the lunch break. Hot Scotland, Callie. Morning, Mike. How are we doing? Good morning, Sandra Mayhew. How are you, South Carolina? How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Right, let's go through. Florida Sim, hello to you. Luby. How are you doing, my darling? How are you doing, Sheila? Good day, mate. Tim Shaw, good morning to you. Psychology and 9, hello to you. Good morning, Kimber. Okay, afternoon, Miss Wheeler. See, again, I'm not covering drama, guys. You can type as much as you want. I'm not showing it. And if you want to subscribe for my channel, please do so. Please, the exit's that way. Gary B's done today is going to be good, in my opinion. Happy days. Francesca again. Good morning, Katsy, as well. Audrey, my darling, how are you? Thank you for the message as well. Hope you're well. Sassy Bartlett said, Auntie Bev lookalikes. Dennis Sweeney was dressed up. Did you see that? Amazing. The Sweeneys are great as well. Michelle Source, good morning from Massachusetts. I can say it, Massachusetts. Fuck, I can't say it now, Massachusetts. Now I think about it, I can't say it, Massachusetts. Don't, right, just shh. Good morning, Dylan from Massachusetts. That's okay. Every time I think about it, I think of Massachusetts. Loris, hello to you. Good morning from Ontario, Canada. Love your channel and style. You sure a fantastic duo. Thank you very much to you, Loris. Pleasure to have you here. Thank you, my darling, for being here. Lula's mum, she's got to go on Cape Cod. Thank you. Thank you, my darling. And you know what? Thank you to everybody that's reached out to me saying they cook me dinners, put me up, everything like that when I come to Boston. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Piss off for Monday. I knew you. Anera. Yeah, it's proper Welsh name. Anera. I love it. I love that name. That's a proper Welsh name. Good morning to you, Mel. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Amanda, good morning to you. Let's go. Yes. Sierra Echo, PNW. Morning, everyone. Washington State tuning in and ready to learn the contents. Jesus Christ, I'm way behind. Karen, hello to you. Hello, Linda, aka Linda. Okay. Linda, hello to you, my darling. Lisa, hello to you. Welcome back. Law and strength to Sean and family. Absolutely, Amanda. Please, thank you. Keep them coming. Good afternoon to you. Truth Nation Uncensored, hello. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Mofo morning. I love it. Thank you, Carrie. I'm going to skip some of your good wishes because I will clip this for him. Justin, we'll cover that at the break, right? Just remind me to cover this at the break because my mind was blown yesterday. Kat said, hello, selling strength. I love to Sean. Thank you. So I'm not ignoring you. If you think I'm ignoring you. Hello, Helena. Life in Law. Hello to you. Thank you. I'll be clipping a lot of this stuff. I love your shirt today, Dylan. Yes, thank you. Travis Rudolph. This shirt is from the family themselves. So if you don't know, Travis Rudolph was found not guilty of self-defense murder. And I was covering it. And the family sent me. So the family wore this on his verdict day. And then they sent it to me as a thank you for covering the case. So that's quite special. All the way from Florida. That was very special. And if you don't know who Travis Rudolph is, he used to play football for Florida State, for New York Giants, and a few other teams. So, too right they do. Good morning to you, Tracy. Good afternoon, Dylan. Looking forward to today. It's going to be spicy. Sorry here, Sean won't be here, but we all understand. Oh, and thank you. You stream with TB as well. I had a really lot of positive feedback for that. So thank you, everyone, for the positive feedback. And again, we got Tom on tomorrow, and then I got another guest coming on next week when there's a day off. They're all lining up. So don't worry. Sending good thoughts for Sean and his family. Thank you, everyone. Hey, my darling. How are you, Lady Law? How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. And hope you're not too busy. Sweating Bullets, I've addressed it already. Hopefully people will talk to you in chat. I don't want to address it again, but it's just a family matter. It's all good. There we go. Right, this is all. Hey, Di, hello to you, Di. Paula, good morning to you. The Genie, thank you. Karen, thank you. Here we go. I'm way behind. Life in Law, thank you. Stacey Q, hello, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Susie, good morning to you. I'm way behind. That's why I'm trying to skip all this. I'm not. It's all good, Di. I'll sort you out. I will sort you out. I've had lots. I've got so many messages to go through. I'll get back to you, Di. I'll get back to you, sir. So hello to you. Donna Graves, hello to you. Life in Law. Vicky T said it has given Karen's team so much confidence having all these people outside. I bet it has. There you go. Thank you. Why is this guy mowing my lawn right now? You have to look. Yeah, fine, sure. Okay. He's had all morning to do it, but he decides to mow my lawn right now. Fine. Sandra Mayhew, yes. Let's go. Good morning, Christine. How are you? Nat, hello. Lou Barber's in the house. How's Archie? Hope he's well. Oh, he's home. Happy days. Let's go. Hope he's well. Emma from Newport. How are we doing, darling? Joe, hello. She's got City Streets in Heels Down Science. There you go. Cat Black, good morning to you. True Crime Kangaroo, follow me, and it will be all right. I will follow you on Twitter, yes? I will follow you, True Crime Kangaroo. Mel, Dylan, I love you singing. I do the same thing. Happy days, our tune. Sandra Bullock, absolute. Truth Nation Uncensored, follow me. Fine. You see, now you're saying follow me. I've got to bloody put stuff down now. Truth Nation. If your Twitter handle's different, then let me know. I've got so many people following me. I don't know who anybody is anymore. So if your Twitter handles are different, let me know. Uncle Tracker. There you go, Donna, Stefan. Everything is all right. There we go. Part of Sean's last run and his reaction. There you go. Oh, I am way behind on this now. Trying to Shazam, but it doesn't recognize your singing. Yes, because if it's after tune, that's right. Life in Law. Jesus, right. I will follow you. Hang on. Again, I need your... Or just right, the best thing to do is, if you want me to follow you, just tweet at me, and then I'll follow you and say who you are, and I can follow you, because everyone's got different handles. Like M, I met M for the first time on the weekend. I didn't know M was M. So she's M on Twitter, she's M here, and I didn't put the two together. Morning to you, darling. Hello to you, Nat. Yes. Hey, Erin Hacker here. She's everywhere. She's everywhere. Just family issues. We'll cover it. It's family issues, Corey. He's okay, though. Nikki, hello to you. Paul Lynch, hello. Good morning to you, Nikki. Bergstrong, how are you doing from Pitt? How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Bailey, hello. There you go. I did say hello to you earlier on, but hello again to you. Genty, hello to you, my darling. Jesus. Good morning from Worcester. How are we doing, Alison? Alison's from Worcester. Park the car in Worcester. How's it going, my darling? Hope you're well. Sheila's an Aussie chicks. I'm a Kiwi chick. When an old granny lol female. So Kiwi chick. So if I say good day, Sheila, if I say good day, or do I say good day, Kiwi chick? Or do I just say Kiwi chick? Oh my God, I'm way behind here. Sorry, people. Good morning, Lizzie. Hello to you as well. Thank you, Truth Crown Kangaroo. Thank you, everyone, for doing that. I just don't want to address it anymore because Sean means a lot to me and I get a bit emotional talking about it. So, good morning to you, Deborah. I want to pick you up at night, and if you follow me, everything is all right. Right, I'm way behind. I say that all the time, don't I? Joe, hello. Good morning, Lisa. Trisha, hello to you. Yeah, started at 8:30, Bailey. 8:30 today, because they're talking through the motions. It's not going... Well, they're actually going through the motions. Shout out, Sean. Save the drama for your mama. Toots, hello to you. That's great, Jodie. Amy, good morning to you. Good morning, morning crew. Thank you. As I say, we got some great guests. So whenever there's no trial day, I always try and do a morning club, and we have guests on. So we got Tom on tomorrow, and we got next week, if there's a gap, I got a really good guest. I think that most of you are going to really, really enjoy. Francesca, I love how you say hello. I try, Francesca. I try. I fail every day. I do fail. I do apologize to people. I do fail. I'm lost. I'm like the timestamp for yours is 1:08, right? Are we at 1:18 my time? I'm 10 minutes behind. I do try, but if I miss you, I do apologize. But Miss Gold said this in a message last week. She said, don't worry if you can't reach everyone. We're no longer a chat, we're a community, and I love that. That's what I want to create, a community. So thank you for everybody. I hope you understand if I do miss you in chat. It's not because I don't love you. It's because I'm fucking slow. It's just too many of you. The love is too much. Trez, good morning to you. I hail from Scotland, Carly says. Good morning from Easton, 10 minutes south of Campden. There you go. Happy days. Hoslong, how we doing? Hope you're well. Ronnie. Oi. How we doing, Ron? We do Ron. We do Ron. Do you like that song? John, hello to you. Tasmania. Tasmania. Good morning to you, Chris, as well. Eldon, hi, fella. Just Trez, hello. Good morning from Florida. Hey, SAN. Hey, I've not seen you for ages. How we doing? Hope you're well. Robert Morris, hello to you, Rob. Gator Man, hello. Yeah. Good morning, brother. Hey, Gator Man, how we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Linda, good morning from Northern Ireland. Jesus, how we doing? Hey, I know Donegal, Belfast, Donegal. I know some people in Donegal. Please hit the like button on the way in, please. I'm too scared to look because I know people never do it, so I'm too scared to look. Nat, hello to you. Susie, good morning. Vicky, hello. I can't keep up. Kari, Slukov, Bukharov, Pavlov. Hello to you. Don't know what any of that means. Hello to you, Vicky. How you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Mac, hello to you. Roll Tide. Let's go, Alabama. Bill King, hello. Masatosis. Mary, hello. Mary, quite contrary. That's what they say. I do as well. I love seeing where people are from. That's why I love it. Tahoe love. Google is going to wonder why Eggcore is suddenly trending. Let's chat about it on the break. Honestly, I loved it. I got told it last night. I loved it. Good morning, Sandy. Hello to you, my darling. Matthew, hello to you, sir. Right. Massachusetts. I can say it. Massachusetts. Hey, Shelley. How you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Nat, hello to you as well. There we go. Beth. Hey, Beth. How we doing? Hope you're well. This is why I didn't want to look. 557 watching, 162 likes. Jesus Christ. Good morning, Joni. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Kerry, hello to you. Where are you from, Kerry? Where are you from? In the UK. Mofos. Hey, Grant's Pants. I can't believe I missed you. How you doing? Hope you're all right. Alba Gamer, hello from Scotland. I love it. How you doing, fella? Good morning, Amy. How we doing, my darling? Come to Tasmania, brother. I don't even know what Tasmania is, John, if I'm being honest. I've heard of it, the Tasmanian devil, but that's about all I know. Okay, I think Buttercup, how are we? The Jewers, hello to you, my darling. Miss Mojo Rising, good morning to you, beautiful people. Hello to you. Tangle Tiara, hello to you. Amy Boss's member for 3 months. Let's go, Amy. Let's fucking go, girl. There you go. Thank you as well, True Crime Kangaroo. That's brilliant. Thank you. Ape, hello, everyone. How's it going, Dylan? I may be quiet for a while on the bus home. 1 hour 30 it takes. There you go. It's fine, Ape. It's all good. Hey, Sheila. How you doing, Quizzical Girl? How are you doing? Good day, mate. Right. Good morning to you. Watch from Maine today. Praise for Sean and his family. Thank you so much, Beach. Thank you very much. Escape from Campton. Good morning to you. Looking for the motion here and I'm as well. Oh, shit. Hang on. It's not even live. Is it live? Yeah, 3 minutes 10. Okay, we're a bit early. It's fine. Cousin Jill. How are we doing, Cousin Jill? Much love to Cousin Jill. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Kat, good morning to you. Trisha, good morning. Will Court be live? Yes. Trisha, yes. It should be. Bo, how are we doing? Hope you're well. Paul, hello to you. Mofo Mona Lawn. He's got, like, he does lawns everywhere where I live. And he's very cheap, and he's disabled. So I try and mow the lawn, man. It's all good. But like I tell anyway, it doesn't matter. He's done it now. But like timing. But he's a nice kid. So I don't mean that at all. He's actually good time. It's just annoying because he's all morning everywhere else, and he comes right as I start streaming. I didn't think he was coming today. I can't hear any almost from here. It's electric as well, so it's not bad, but I can hear the buzzing. Look for a body on the lawn. Happy days. Sup, Smearing Feces. Hello to you. Beach Girl, hello for you. How are you doing? There, Cray. I know. Why isn't the man cutting you guys? Oh, as I say, it's part of something. His schemes and stuff. It's to help him. But it's fine. He's great as well. Saves me doing it. Lord, you already follow it. It's a song you were singing earlier on. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. It's a Welsh thing. We say it all the time. I'm sorry. I know some people blaspheme me. I know. I'm sorry. Apologies. Oh, thank you very much. Is he putting in a fat lipper? But you can follow us. Thank you. Let the bullocks begin. Hey, hun, Amy in Boston from Beach Girl. Right. Hey, M. There you go. I met M for the first time on the weekend. Good morning, Heidi. How are you? Hope you're well. Right, Shari, hello. Amy. Top of the morning to you, Amy. How are we doing? Amy? Nice to see you. Why am I so behind still? Good morning, Lightning Leaf. What is on the USB thumb drive? Dudes. We'll see. It's about to start, I think. I'm so behind. Sorry, apologies again. I'm absolutely sorry. Stony, hello. Listed for Mass, hello, fella. Follow me as a song. Oh my God! What a fucking idiot. Oh my God. Oh. I've gone all red. Oh. I thought you said follow me as in follow me on Twitter. Now I get it. Now I go, you say True Crime Kangaroo. Jesus Christ. That's coming up today, Anthony. That's coming up today. It's coming up. Yeah, I thought that, but no, it's another meaning to it. There's another meaning to it. What an absolute idiot. Dennis, hey fella, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're well. Why is it doing this all the time? I just showed you pictures that are on as well, Den. Hope you got time to see it. Let me just take that off. I need to go back for a second. Because why is it not live? I just want to check that no one else has got not live. And I've missed it. I'm happy as well. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know there's so many chance streaming it, so I feel blessed that you're all here. No. Okay, I must have had the wrong one up then. Okay, doesn't matter. It's fine. Right, I'm just zooming through. Claire, Shumai. Hey! Claire! Shumai, Claire. Shuditi. Abertawe. Swansea, let's go, girl. I'm not far from Swansea. I'm more Carmarthen way. Cyfarthyn. Let's go, Claire. I love that. Love it. Thanks for being here. I'm not sure if you're Welsh speaker, but thanks for being here, Claire. First time, I believe, aren't you? Love it. Right. Worcester. You see, this is how far behind I am. I'm sorry. Right, I'm going to Carrie. Hello to you. Hello, Sophie. Bore da, Corn Pop. Hello. Mona Lisa, hello to you as well. So many of you. Thank you, Jen. Oh my God, I'm bright red right now. I'm embarrassed. You don't get down on yourself. You are beautiful. Oh, thank you. I'm not down, people. I'm not. Honestly, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you very much. Sean's fine. Sean's fine. He's fine. He's fine. As far as I'm aware. But thank you, Tina. Thank you. Right, let's go through anyone I missed. Eileen, good morning to you. LM, good morning to you as well. Hot Billy, how you doing? You'll see in the chats and stuff. Morning, my brother. Tuscan, happy days. Oh, I know a few people from Arizona. Worcester. Park the car, Worcester. No, I've not seen it, Lisa. I've not seen that yet. Rolling Stone, hello to you. Rob Geary, hello to you. Toots. Kate Lewis, some great shirts people wearing off Psycho. They're awesome, aren't they? Casey, hello to you. Mina, Mirror, hello to you. Backstreet Jura, hello to you. Yes, I will try and clip some of this. Carrie, Little Britain, Canada. Happy days. Look at all this. I just can't keep up with you all. Backstreet Jura, hello to you. Right, I'll refresh to see, but we're waiting for a stream to come up. Let's get a little spoiler by hitting the button. I'm just embarrassed more than anything. Jesus. Thanks for joining us. Hey, Mexi, Texi. We love Mexi, Texi. How we do, my darling? Marcy, good morning to you. Hope you're well as well. Shop Mom, hello. Heather J, hello. Danielle, the question was Eggcorn now. Eggcorn is apparently an altercation of phrase through mishearing or reinterpretation of one or more of its elements. I'll show you Wikipedia at the break. True Seeker, if you stream on TV and don't so phone, you can click the twice. Happy days. Let's get it up, people. Let's get it up. John Duncan, thank you for the gifted membership. Really appreciate for that. Thank you for your support. I really do appreciate it. That does mean the world to me. Thank you so much. Hi, Amanda. Thank you for loving the singing. Babs, hello. Elise, hello. Oh my God, how am I? I am so embarrassed. You won't believe how embarrassed I am right now. I was watching his first stream with Sean. If he vomited in the way he was found, there's zero chance he would not have aspirated. He would have died by choking to death on vomit. Lots of people said that. The nurses, I believe, said something similar to that. But I'm not an expert, obviously. But yeah, thanks for that comp up. I don't know enough about it, so I don't pretend to know either. But that's interesting. Thank you. Shelley, hello to you. Kasai Mama, hello to you as well. Hippie chick from Indiana. Every time I know you're from Indiana, it's fine. Hello to you. I'm just like, good morning, Jessica. Hello to you. BS San Diego, happy days. JD, hello to you as well. 8:22. I'm 8th. Oh, hang on. The stream should be started now. So let me find one. Let me find the stream. Stream, show me a stream. Let's show me a stream or two. Hey, 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 hey. Show me a stream or two. Hey, hey, hey. Right, I can't find one yet, so I'll keep refreshing. As we go along. Let's try and say g'day, mate. G'day, mate. There you go. I need to pin that as well. I just haven't got the time to pin it. I don't know what my pronunciation is anymore. Good morning, Stifler's mom. Darcy, hello to you as well. He's awesome. I put it on my montage at the start. He's amazing, Dennis. I love Dennis Sweeney. Stifler's mom, she's going on. Mia, hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Kerry, hello to you as well. Artie Darty, hey. Artie Darty, let's frigging go all the way from Turkey. Happy days, friends with Miss Gold. I love it. I loves it. I do. Welcome, Artie Darty. You probably don't understand a word I'm saying, but morning to you. Potty Mouth's in the house. Hey, Heather. How we doing, my darling? Potty Mouth. Love it. I love seeing all of you people. Honestly, so many names here I see every single day. I absolutely love it. KTO, hello to you, my darling. I am keeping an eye on for a stream, by the way, so don't worry. Come to Missouri. Happy days. I want to Drew Lock country. That's like the Kansas, isn't it? Missouri. I don't know. Everyone's like, what's wrong? I thought people were saying follow me as you follow me on Twitter, but they meant the song Follow Me and Everything Is Alright. Jesus Christ, I'm so embarrassed right now. I know, Di, don't. I'm getting red again, don't. No. Peter Murphy, the legend. Let's go, Pete. We love you and thank you for all your hard work, Peter. I need to get you on the show, Peter. I need to get you on. I need to reach out to you. Let's get it on. So we get you on this show, sir. Yeah, she made it. Shari, hello, good morning to you. Good morning, Kimberly. Good morning to you. Good morning. Sea Dog, hey fella, how you doing? KGS, right, let me refresh it again. Hello to you as well. I'll try to keep an eye out for, normally because Sean's here, normally he's talking, I can search things, so trying to do two things at once is a bit hard for me right now. Let me refresh this then. There's nothing on Law and Crime yet I can see anyway. I see some people got fans on, but I don't know where they're getting that stream from. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. That's a stripper song. I don't know. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Hang on. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody, rock your body, right. Stream's coming on. Back streets back, all right. Here we go. Stream is on. Let's get it on. So apologies if I was starting. I'll still say hello to you all, but I'm sorry if I missed you, didn't say hello. Scratchy Itchy, hello to you. Nancy, hello. Nash, hello. Hopefully the stream's okay. Hey, Wendy, how you doing, my darling? Oh, don't ask. I have to Google it. Oh, don't ask. We'll get through it later on now. Melanie, here we go. Pippi is in the house. Hello to you. Paula McDermott, hello to you. Good morning. Thank you, Paula. Worcester. Tucson. Potty Mouse says Tucson. I thought it was Tuscan. Tucson. Morning, Laurie. Hello to you. Rosta in Rooster. Here we go. They're back. We're starting. So, hello, everybody, and sorry if I've missed you. Love you all. Thank you.
What is open, you may be seated. 22-117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel and Your Honor, just for your information, at this very second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she is on the record.
Okay. All right. Good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please? The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st. And it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure. And further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission. We need to be heard on this.
Yep. That's why we're here, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Ms. Giannetti. I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into...
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
we've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukkake did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please... All right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr. Yannetti.
It's not a... Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14. And let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
no,
right?
We are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that Voir Dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of Voir Dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Van E, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Van E, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here when,
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
see, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14
we
obligations.
can't, Your Honor.
So-
We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their
Okay,
testimony.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right?
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right, so this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week,
I'm sorry.
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's a bitch. She's a bitch. Bitch. She's a nasty piece of work, Judge Bev. She allows Lally to put a corrupt video in, and we've got actual experts to come in to testify on behalf of Karen, and she doesn't want them in.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only 2 from Martha, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
The court has cut the audio. The court has cut the audio. Yeah, no, I just checked and they've cut all the audios. I'm just going to double check. Oh, hang on. Court TV's working. Hang on.
Of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel.
Oh, no, they're behind.
Bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only 2 from Martha, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Okay, no, that's where it cuts as well for them. So courts are cut, so it's more than just me. Everyone else is cut as well. The court has said, yeah, that's fine. I'll put it up here so you can see it for yourselves. You see the top right-hand corner, they've muted it, as you can see the mute sign up there. Let me just tell you, this is not normal, people. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely outstanding, disgusting, what she's doing right now. What the Commonwealth are pulling right now is they lied about Yannetti, which no wonder he's angry. I would be as well. I would be absolutely fuming right now if I was him. No wonder he's fuming. Where am I going with this? Why am I doing that? There you go. She's allowed Lally to waste all this time. She's allowed the Commonwealth to put a video in, which, in my opinion, is absolute corruption because it's not a true and accurate depiction. How do you say that? It's not true and accurate anyway. Now she's questioning this to see if these witnesses are not allowed to, these experts are not allowed to testify, then I'm sorry, the corruption's in. The corruption's in. This is Karen Reid's right to be heard and to put on a case. She is violating that right. Why are we doing this? I don't get it. I am ashamed. I am absolutely disgusted by her behavior as a judge. I've seen bad judges. She is awful. And the fact that she said they have to come in this week to do the Voir Dire, or Voir Dire, however you bloody say it, that's disgusting. Because she's essentially saying if they're not here, then they can't testify. This is absolutely disgusting. I was like, oh, it can't be though. She can't be in on it. All this. She is 100% in on it if she does not allow these people to testify. I'm mad right now because this is not what the justice system is about. I know she's there, as she says, the gatekeeper. Fine, and fucking keep the gate closed then. Stop Lally asking about snow and all that crap. Voir Dire. Voir Dire. Thank you, Di. It's not even a joke. This is her right. This is Karen's life on the line in the sense of it's her. She's supposed to have a fair trial. She's not having a fair trial. What court allows a video that is not a true and accurate depiction? Oh fuck! I can't say the word. Depiction, whatever. You know what I mean, though. It's not true and accurate. What judge, what court in the land allows that? Lally is supposed to be an attorney that has sworn on oath that he will uphold, justice system and all that. He shouldn't care who gets prosecuted. He should care he gets the right person prosecuted. He is shady as they come. He knew what he was doing. He put a video in that he knew would mislead the jury. The defense didn't know about it. He's misled the jury, people. This happens everywhere. Well, maybe not, but this is disgusting. Thank you. Depiction. Thank you, Matthew. That's the word, depiction. I'm sorry, people. My English is my second language, so I struggle with some words, especially when I'm angry. Genuinely, I am angry right now, and I don't normally get angry. This is not what it should be like. Hey, Paul, thank you so much. Corruption at its best. Shame on Bev. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. And the way she treated Yannetti, you are a vile human being. You're a vile human being, Bev. He wants a record because she's like, oh, you don't have to preach about all this stuff in front of me. He does, because the Commonwealth accused him of underhanded stuff. And he's making the point of going, no, motherfucker, they are the underhanded ones. They should be willing and wanting all these people to testify in order to ensure that the right person gets prosecuted. But no, not Lally. He's like, shit, all these people are going to sink my bloody trial. I got to get rid of them. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. This is not good, people. This is not good at all. I know that, you have the right. She has to gatekeep. I understand that, and she has to do the right things. But if these people are not allowed to testify, people, I can tell you now, then she's in on it. There's no way she's in on it if these guys are not allowed to testify. And the whole time thing. No, 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 no. Bev, sit down, Bev, with the whole time thing. Then point that at Lally. Lally has had so. When McLaughlin stepped up and went, well, we're in week 8. Yes, we're in week 8 because of you. You guys, you keep throwing on about bloody snow and about this blizzard and about like, oh, look at that. Waist high bloody snow. That's why we're in week 8. Shut up. Do you know what I mean? It's like, shut up. You are the cause of all this. Hurry up with your case then. You got fuck all, so just get it done in a week. You got nothing. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Now he knows he's drowning, and the only way he can try to save face is by lying and excluding evidence, as if the Commonwealth don't know what the expert witness is going to say anyway. And yeah, exactly. And also, he took an oath, Lou. He's taken an oath to do the right thing. I've seen the resume. It's great. It's a great resume. These people are professionals. And like he said, Yannetti said, it's the FBI that put this together. I will go on Twitter. Sorry, I should be on Twitter, shouldn't I? Sorry, I've not opened Twitter. That's why I'm a bit like... Let's see what Twitter... Sorry, yeah. Oh, here we go. We're back. We're back. Oh, I think we're back. Hey, Dave. How you doing, fella? How you doing? Ruby, 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 Roo. Size and yeah, ridiculous. I agree. She's right. Let's see what people are saying on Twitter. Oh Jesus, look at all this. I've got so many things here. Right, hang on. Oh, Aiden, what a legend. Aiden Carney. Just a reminder.
Okay, come on.
Someone's laughing. I don't know who's laughing. Ah, no. Hang on. Aidan Carney says, just a reminder, Maureen Hartner failed her proficiency exam and testified for hours without a Voir Dire. Nailed it. Nailed it. Aidan has nailed it. How is the Commonwealth allowed to bring in somebody that failed their proficiency test and be called as an expert? But when we actually got experts that qualified, the Commonwealth like, no. Zach, let's be positive. Karen's climbing a mountain. It's not going to be easy going against corruption, but Karen's truth and evidence. I agree, Zach. We should be more positive. And I apologize if I'm not positive. I'm just fed up. I've seen it so many times in trials, this level of corruption, and it is sickening to watch it. Sickening. And my problem is that the truth and evidence she's got on her side, the Commonwealth and the judge, it seems, don't want the jury to see it or hear it. That's my problem with it. But yeah, I got you, Zach. I do. I agree with you, my friend. Yeah, she was laughing. She was the one laughing just now. Yes. I'm sorry. There's so many people with the messages here. I do apologize. We are not at the crossroads of a huge injustice. We are at the crossroads of a huge injustice to the defendant, defense and liberty and justice. If Commonwealth can't do this, then jostle it everywhere. Peter, I agree with you. This is just horrendous. This is horrendous, Peter. We need something needs to happen. Something needs to happen. Oh man. Right, I'm trying to get my heart rate back down. But this is the start of it. Jesus Christ. We're in for a long week. Because also she's now going to have to rule on the thumb drive as well. And is she going to allow the thumb drive in? Oops. This is the only time when the only C word will do. I know, I try not to use it, but wow, it's so hard. If I was not here with you guys, I would be C-wording it flat out. I try and be respectful in front of you guys, even though I fail a lot, but I'm just sad with it, man. Yes, that's true. That's true, Jules. If she does not allow this thumb drive in, I don't know what. I'm not going to say I'll do something because I don't know what I'm going to do. She allowed Lali to put a doctored video into testimony. Let that sink in for a second. She's allowed Lali to put a doctored video into testimony. Now, she's on about, well, I'm not sure if we're going to allow your witnesses to testify, blah, 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 blah. Hang on, Junkman, let me have a look. Good shout, actually. Sorry, let's have a look here. So I've got so many tweets here. Siwa Conjure says experts will be brought in this week to Voir Dire. This should take half a day. Judges left the bench. We await the jurors. And Aidan says, imagine if Judge Canone treated Adam Lally the way she treated Inetti and Jackson. So Ted Daniel says, prosecutor Laura McLaughlin tells judge the defense is attempting to ambush the Commonwealth and proceed with the trial by surprise. Defense attorney Inetti fires back, have they no shame, and brings up the flipped Sally Port video as an example of what he alleges is. This is disgusting. And Ted Daniels tweeted, and I agree with that tweet 100%. So his tweet again is, prosecutor Laura McLaughlin tells judge the defense is attempting to ambush the Commonwealth and proceed without a trial by surprise. You lying you lying mofo, as Sean would say. Defense attorney Inetti fires back, have they no shame, and brings up the flipped Sally Port video as an example of what he alleges is. Man, dude, what? I mean, come on, Bev. Yeah, hey, hang on. Curiosity Kitty. Absolutely, come on, Bev. Where's the jury? You said they could be there 9. Where are they then? That's your responsibility. Come on. She's topped the mofo list. What an absolute mofo. It's just where was the defense notice then from the Commonwealth saying, yeah, we're about to put in a corrupt doctored video. Where was that notice then? I mean, and also Bev needs to be careful. Make it look like they weren't. Yeah. I hope she does, because she's appointed, isn't she? She's not elected, she's appointed. So I hope they get rid of her. Hey, Hens, how we doing, my darling? Go, Hens, go. Councillor Hens. Okay, I need to breathe again. We don't know yet, Junkman. We don't know yet. It should be in. I am so pissed right now. Hi, everybody. Anyway, here we go.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Codoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. School is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, James. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Thank you. Everyone said no. Shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant Bukkake, please? Jim, do you have that flash drive? No. The flash drive that I gave you.
You solemnly swear the evidence being recorded during the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognize any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay. I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 446. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 446. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Biggs, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor in the behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, when the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukkake, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, if you, I cannot tell you which individual, there are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen, if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
So it appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You were then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? But it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought out by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Bukkake, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see a sidebar.
Mother, this guy, I hope the jury pick it up on this. I hope the jury are really picking up on this. He is so shady. This is unbelievable. He will not give in. All he has to say is, yeah, it might not be, it's twisted around. It's the same thing, but it's not quite accurate. No, this is unbelievable. I mean, what are we doing here, people? What are we doing here? This is unbelievable. This is the worst I've ever seen. That I just can't. Let's see what they're saying in court, if anyone's saying anything. So, Civil Counsel says jurors are paying no close attention. Jackson moved on to timestamp. Judge asked for cyber. So that might be a mistake. She's saying jurors are paying no close attention. So they're not paying attention at all, according to Sue O'Connell, if you interpret that as what she says, which would be very disappointing if they're not. I can't imagine that for a second. Hey Elizabeth, not seen you for ages. How are we doing, my darling? But I'm not sure how many of you watch trials and stuff like that, but surely, hopefully, as lay people, you can see how bad this is, how bad this trial is. Oh my God, this is what I was just saying, Christ loving man. It doesn't take a brilliant, legally trained mind to see this is a very, very wrong and unfair to Karen Reid. Absolutely. What are you laughing for, sir? What are you laughing for, sir? Oh my gosh, she's got the same tumbler as me. And Jefe and El Chapi. Imagine if she bought one of mine. True. There you go. It's disgusting. Why is she calling a sidebar? All he asked was a timestamp, and she also said, "Let's move on. Let's move on." No, let's not move on. Where's the let's move on to Lally then about all the snow and all this and what if anything? Why is the defense having to move along? It's not right. It's just not right. None of this is right. None of this is right, people. I'm telling you. Also, how bad was that when he was saying, like, clearly you can see on Twitter people pointing out how Bukkake was saying, "Oh, there's Trooper Proctor, there's me." Now, when the defense are asking him, "Oh, I don't know, I can't see, I don't know, I can't see. It could be different time, I don't know." Pray that they are seeing this, the jury is seeing this. And you can understand that the other side are going, "Oh, this is great. This is proper judge." No, people, this is not a proper judge. None of this. This shouldn't be okay. There's sidebar. Even if there's sidebars in most courts, when there's sidebars, there's always at the end of the day or at the breaks, they go back and they say, "Right, this is what we discussed at sidebar. Let's put it on record officially, and so everyone knows." But here, there's none of that. Also, in some trials, Karen should be at the sidebar or should be listening in because she is a defendant. It's her rights that are being damaged right now. Obviously, she trusts the attorneys, I know, but she should know what's going on. That's why there shouldn't be all these sidebars. She's looking intently, so they must be quite intense. Hang on, let's see if Aiden or anyone's posting anything.
You are unmuted.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukkake, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been or and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system. No.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it's 5:37. A few seconds. Okay, if we could, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
Pause it. Did you see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion.
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear as someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
All right. What are we doing, people? What are we doing here? What are we doing? If you're not disgusted by all this, and I don't know, I can't help you. I just don't get this.
You are unmuted.
All right. So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes. Thank you.
Maybe approach.
Yes.
I just hope, Christine, they see this. I'm hoping they see all of this. Let's go on Twitter, see. Because, right, hang on. Yeah. So, this guy on the witness list, Bukkake, or whatever his name is, he keeps, like, it's annoying because you think he's an IT expert. He's going to answer for everything. He's been well prepped. He's going to answer for everything. And if he doesn't know, he's like, well, that's what the video depicts and blah, 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 blah. He will answer the questions. I hope it comes, let me explain this right. I hope it's clear to the jury that he will only answer questions when it favors the Commonwealth. When he does not favor the Commonwealth, he does not want to answer it. And he's so deceptive, it's unbelievable. I am glad that he did actually, the Bev did say, go and look at time stamp, because we're going round and round in houses here. Like, in all fairness, Bev should have been like, right, timestamp is X, Y, and Z, done. But she doesn't think like that. Medical expert, yeah, he's a medical expert, he's an IT expert. This is how Lali's getting his testimony in there. This is how Lali is going to do his closing. He's going to reference this guy and say, well, we had witnesses say that it wasn't dog bites, it was, a road rash and stuff like that. And he's going to be referencing this mofo. This is the mofo he's going to be referencing. He won't say his name, but he's hoping the jury don't remember who said it, but somebody said his road rash, and it's this mofo, and that's what they're hoping that the jury won't remember. The corruption is vile. Here we go. Let's have a look here. The jury are leaving. They must be playing the video just to see. No, it's not a break. It won't be a break. They're just going to play the video outside the presence of the jury, I imagine. They're still on mute. It's not me on mute, people, before everyone starts. It's them on mute. So it's thumb. Hey, it's thumb in. Thumb drive time, baby. So they're going to play this in front of the judge to see how she's going to disallow it in. And if it's bad for the Commonwealth, she's not going to allow it in. We all know that. Yeah, Voir Dire. Yeah, that's what it is. It's outside the presence of the jury. Anything on Twitter here? Hang on. Judge sends jury out for an extended sidebar discussion. Okay. So this is a different thumb drive, by the way, just so you all remember. It's a different one. It's not the same one, it's a different one. So there are two thumb drives. The one he already put in, I think. They accepted it, I think. And this one's a new one. So it might not be a Voir Dire, it's an extended sidebar discussion, is all we know. Oh my god. It possibly will get to them, but it's still a sidebar at the minute. It's still there at sidebar. Foie gras. But it's not to allow Karen a fair trial. Well, it doesn't seem like it, Mac. Mac and cheese. Ooh. I like a bit of mac and cheese. When I was in Glasgow, I used to eat mac and cheese on fries, chips, with a kind of iron brew. Iron brew, everyone. I've not iron brew. Iron brew. I've not had an iron brew for ages. Sassy Pantera feel the same. There's different thumb drives. Yes. There's the same one. Yes. Egg. I love that. How many people have voted on that? I never knew this till last night. 70, 80, 89% of you either think it's made up, that word, egg corn, or you haven't heard of it. Only 4% of you have ever used the word. I use that word. And 7% say yes, but no idea what it means. Hey, Keith. Keith's in the house. How you doing, fella? Love a nice glass of iron brew. I loved it. Especially hangover. You have iron brew and you have mac and cheese on chips. Oshka. The Scottish know how to do it. Hey, the last clam. Good morning from outside the buffer zone, Dylan. We love you. Thanks for all your coverage. Hey, thank you, the last clam. Thank you very much for the shout out. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And let's go, everyone outside there, the buffer zone crew. Good luck to you out there today, as always. Made in Scotland from girders. So Coca-Cola is the #1 seller of soda in the UK, except for Scotland, with iron brew. It'll put hairs on your chest, laddie. Put hairs on your chest, laddie. That's what they say. I love it. I love it. Good morning, Anne. Hello, my darling. How are you? Hey, Kathleen. Hello to you. Kathleen Eliakos. How are we doing, my darling? My granddad's Scottish and he drinks other else always a got.
Right. I'm going to take a 2-minute recess.
2-minute recess.
All right, for the court, please.
2-minute recess. Bloody hell. Right. 1:53:30. Right. I need to put a timestamp in. 1:53:30. 1:53. Well, I'll put 28 because that's close. Break. All right. What else have we got going on here? So, as I say, that's what I was just saying. I learned that when I was in Scotland's fairest city. No, that's Ireland. I can't do that. Laddie, get your messages, laddie. MJ, how we doing, fella? Alan, Dave, Elisa, and Karen. Hello to you. Bullshit the Commonwealth and a disgusting excuse for a judge. I know. Wendy, I'm with you. I prefer Pepsi as well. I much prefer Pepsi than Coke. Morning, Beantown. Hello, how are you doing? Hope you're well. That's a good job Sean's not here today. He would be spitting for... Oh, I mean, yes. I mean, I'm quite chilled normally. I'd like to think I'm quite chilled. Not today. Not today, Malarkey. Oh, my fucking God. Can you do a poll if peeps think she's getting a feature? I can't, Kim. What I'll do is I'll get to the first break, proper break. I'll take that poll down and I can put something up. I can guarantee you there'll be at least 96% of people will say no. There you go. Another break, yes. 99.9. Yeah, it's gonna be super high, Kim. It's gonna be super duper high. Super duper. Is that a song? Super duper. Da 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 da. I don't know the words, but and it's a super duper. Better to consult somebody, probably. Yeah. Are you just having family issues there, Susan? But hello, Susan. How are you doing, my darling? True. See, Coke Zero. Right, okay. No, I'll be honest with you, I've always been a Pepsi. Pepsi. Yeah, Pepsi. I'm trying to look. I'll drink Diet Coke, but I much prefer Pepsi. Ooshka. And I prefer Pepsi Iron Barros than Coke. Pepsi Max Cherry. I've never had Pepsi Max Cherry. I love Pepsi Max, but never tried the cherry one. I'll be honest with you. I will be honest with you. Heather says, I've never seen so much time wasted, never ever in my life. I've never seen such a potty mouth in all my life as well, Heather. I know, but I agree with you. Be quiet the last few days, you have. What's going on? Master in Flux, how the hell are they getting away with all this? I know. Hey, Josie. Hey, Josie. Pepsi time. I love it. Sweet tea, never tried it. Never tried sweet tea before. Jackson's family ancestors Scottish. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. No. I did not know that. Hamburger. Suspect, you are children, and that's why we love you. Me, not so much today. This is the most animated I've been because this is frustrating. But thank you, Sassy. But this is frustrating, people. Eliza, I agree. Did not expect this today. I prefer Coke to Coke. RC Cola. Here you go. I'm a diet. I love diet or full fat, whatever Pepsi. But I know there's a few people here, Heather, that are Monster fans, aren't they? Monster. The chill never asks the lolly to move along. I know. Never asks him to move on. I know. Real thing. Aber. Oh, super duper, super trooper. Something that. Yeah, I got you. Super. You see, I'm way behind again. Hey! Snuggles Bukkake is in the launch trap. Oh, wow. Is she? Hey, beautiful inappropriate. Hope you're well, my darling. Hope the injections are working well for you as well. Diet Pepsi is like nectar of the gods for me. There you go. Feed it to me. They say, feed it to me, bitch. Give me the Pepsi. Put it in my veins. Put the Pepsi in my veins. Merch is in the house. Where's Merch? I missed Merch. Where's Merch? Hello, Merch. I missed you. I don't know where you are. I noticed this. I don't know where you are, Merch, but hello to you, Merch. When StreamYard, right, for some reason, it doesn't give me all of your messages. I noticed that yesterday. So you guys got live chat and stuff. I don't have the same chat as you guys. I have a different chat, but it doesn't go all the because there's messages I was seeing. What the hell is this? I didn't see this in real time. So Bloody Mary, please. Woohoo! Let's go. Tuddy Pip, hello. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. What's that? Is that a rum and coke? What's RC? Is that rum and coke or something? Vimto, nice. Hey, Merch, hello, dough. I've never tried new flavors with Pepsi. How do I become a member? And do you know what, Anne? I ain't got a frigging clue. I think it's something at the bottom. You click it and you can become a member, I believe. But I don't know 100% sure, if I'm being honest. Hopefully one of the mods can help you, or one of our beautiful community people can help you on that one. I'm just useless and stuff like that. Although I did spend the weekend helping somebody to unbe a member. But yeah, I can help you to cancel your membership, but can't help you to actually become a member somehow. YouTube must be filtering my comments. Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, you're probably right, because I never see you. You're never in my chat anymore. Not in my in my StreamYard chats. I never see you anymore. Mountain Dew. Good morning, Bella. Good morning. Love your content. Found you through Sean. This is a wild case. Live in Mass, but close to New Hampshire border. However, this tries our control. I agree. And thank you for joining us, Bella. Welcome to the community. Thank you for being here. Mountain Dew. You need to try Dr. Pepper vodka here. I love Dr. Pepper. I like it with amaretto. Amaretto and Dr. Pepper. Give it to me. Feed that into my veins as well. I love that. Amaretto. I love amaretto. Miss Gold. I'm all about the energy drinks, mainly my newfound love of Ghost. Heather Taylor. There you go, Heather. Partner in crime, Miss Gold. Brew has been introducing lots of different flavors. There you go, Amanda. I didn't know that. New wild berry slush variety. Happy days. Oh, do you know what? I had many hangovers in Glasgow when I lived there, and do you know what? It was a staple. You get drunk, going to work the next day because I worked in the university, whatever. Lunchtime, I am brought mac and cheese and chips or fries. Oh my days, we all had it. I loved it. Callie, got a message from Sean. Sends love to us, Stella, you rock chat. Yeah. There you go. Shout out to Sean. As I say, I'll try and collect some of the messages, but he will see them, guys. He will see your messages. So keep the love pounding for him. He loves it. There you go. Become a member. Yeah, so there's two ways to become a member: a YouTube member or a Buy Me Coffee member. Buy Me Coffee member gives you access to Discord, and this normal member gives you access to all this. So thank you, Callie, for the super chat. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for that, and thank you to Amanda as well. Thank you for becoming a member, Amanda. Appreciate you, Sterling. Right, now we're back to the bitch house. Here we go. Back to the House of Pain with Judge Bev.
Morning, Tricia.
Does council need to see me, or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Yeah.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, it was back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing. It's
All right.
XX.
So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter?
542.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours.
Okay.
If you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Point.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
Go ahead and thank you, Sergeant. We can go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it. Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had the that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the sally port. You can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, that's fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to that bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that.
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why can't they just stipulate to it? Just stipulate, yeah, it is. Lali should be like, yeah, I'll stipulate to it. It's not a problem.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads a vehicle which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
this video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that sally port, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the sally port? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing, it's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Bukkake. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lilly.
What, if anything, was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
If the defense asks for that, it's like, right, sidebar, everyone. Let's see what sidebar, blah, 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 blah.
pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
If you could pause there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that. Gentlemen, if you could. You can pause just for 1 moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Gentlemen, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken taillight and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
Lally showing his true colours. The way you just said about the smashed taillight, that's disgusting, Lally. That's disgusting. Dana, I agree. This is disgusting testimony. This was after they've not proven any. It doesn't care. They've not proven anything that was smashed. So he's trying to be clever by saying this was after it was seen in the house on the trooper's camera. Your trooper camera saw nothing, just snow on it, Lally. So stop spinning lies. It goes back to the whole thing. Lally took an oath. Just remember that. He put his hand and he swore. He was sworn in. And he knows full well that he's trying to convict an innocent woman right now. I wasn't sure beforehand. I was a bit like, maybe Lally's a little bit thick, whatever. I now 100% believe Lally is trying to convict an innocent woman and knows that he's trying to convict an innocent woman. I don't think that there's any grey areas anymore. And even saying stuff like, smashed taillights, there's no testimony of a smashed taillight in there. He's just put a narrative in there.
You are unmuted.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the chief medical examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts general law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Thanks, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the, or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m., before 10:41 a.m., that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You were aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level. And I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barros to the stand.
Okay.
next evening.
You swear to the ever give the court and jury in the case now and answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
So, all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barros, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shifts by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continues, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residents.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
Okay.
And the Reed residence, was that a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to them?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle, there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent?
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
No questions.
All right, Sergeant Barros, you are all set, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Great witness.
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
I mean, I know we said a piece was missing, but like that's fine. Nothing to cross. That's perfect. First honest person. I mean, so Josie, I would be as well. I'm not sure if you saw it, Josie. The morning session. These mofos. This judge is a mofo, Josie. She is. Oh, I'm mad, Josie. I'm mad. I don't get mad, Josie, but she's made me mad today with some of her comments. So no wonder she's discouraged because everything's played against her today. But that was a great witness. Thank you, whoever you were. I don't remember his name now. What's his name? Sergeant Nicholas Barros. Thank you. Aidan tweets, game over. Right. So game over. That was. Don't forget to smash that. Let's go, Texie, Mexi. Me too, land my chest hurts. Ah, man. Telling you. Potty Mouth's right. She is perking up a little bit. Yeah, honest cop. Yeah, first honest cop. Sorry, I should have rephrased. First honest police officer. It wasn't busted out. No, it was cracked and there's a piece missing, which is fine. Yeah, that was a great witness. That was a great witness. Why did Lally? Well, I suppose Lally has to call him. The only thing I would have liked Little to go up and say is just to confirm, it was cracked and not smashed. Yeah, yes. And there's a little piece missing. Yes. And he was caked and stuff. Yeah, yes. That's all, Your Honour. Thank you. Lally can't cross that. I can't redirect that. I think, Eliza, what she was saying, well, I've not seen it. I can't say. So I think attorneys would say he was out of line because he was not in the presence of the jury, didn't need to make those statements. But at the end of the day, that his integrity was being bashed. So, I mean, I'm not going to go against EDB, but in my opinion, he was not out of line. I can stand maybe why she thinks he was out of line because the judge was like, I don't care about any of this stuff. Like, you're here to present something to me. I don't care about this. But I don't think he's out of line. I think, I would be pissed. I would be up there going, oi. Because they accused him of lying. And they accused him of a lot of shady stuff. And they are the shady bunch. It's not the Brady bunch. It's the shady bunch, those Commonwealth. Right, come on, go to break so we can go on about this. What is it called? Egg corn. Yes. I think you have to. Cracked and piece missing, but saying they found all the pieces of 34. Josie. Miss American Pie. Miss American Pie. Put the Chevy to the levee and the levee was dry. Good old whiskey and rum. Thinking this could be the day that I die. By the way, it's a good day. It's not a bad day. It's a good day. It's a good day.
You are unmuted.
All right, so we'll take about a half an hour break.
Half an hour break. Mother Jesus, what? Sorry, I shouldn't say that, but we do in the UK. I do apologise, though. It's the laws never in vain. But we do tend to say that. As a saying. All right, 2:59.
You are muted.
I know some people don't like that, so apologies.
Hey there, Karen Reed.
Oh,
Trial
no,
Watchers.
you can
This
shut
is
up.
a law and
I hate
crime
this guy. I hate that guy. He's done nothing to me, but I hate him. All right, break. I've got to do these timestamps. That's why I'm break. So, not a great start today with Judge Bev, but I think that was a great end to the break. Let me just stop this. Right, I'm going to close the poll. We had 979. Oh, hang on, it's still going. 918. Let me close it. The poll. Hey, Amanda, right? I don't mind, right? I'll say this. Hang on, just so you comment. Where's you go? Amanda Sterling said it. I love Jesse. He just annoys me because he makes me jump every time. Stay in your lane, Jesse. Stay in your lane. I don't mind his shows and stuff. That's fine. But stay there. Stop coming into my streams. Jesus, he makes me jump every time. I would forget about it. Can I email you about case? Of course you can, Jodie. Of course you can. The best way to do is the alternate corner at hotmail.com. So the alternate corner at hotmail.com. The alternate corner at hotmail.com. There you go. There you go, Jodie. And thank you so much, Jodie, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Beverly's a drink, that's why I know. Right, let's get this out of the way then. Hang on. I had a conversation. Oh, hang on. Before I do that, before I get into the egg corn, let's just do this, right? Because I forgot to do it, and I don't want Anne to get angry with me. So bear with me 2 seconds. See, trying to do this on your own without Sean is a task, right? Oh, hang on. I'll try. Oh, hang on then. Hang on. Crafty cow. Okay, bear with me. I'll try and do that. But before that, let me do this because you guys have been. Oh, jeez, I always do that. Shout out to Anne McLeod. Thank you so much. Anne McLeod, become a member. I love your channel. Thank you so much, Anne. And check your emails. There should be a link in there from Buy Me a Coffee, giving you access to our Discord. So thank you so much for the support, Dan. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, my darling. Right, let's just go and see Aidan first then. Hang on, that's the wrong one. Let's go and see Aidan. We'll stream Aidan if he's live. Yes, he's live. All right, so bear with me. I'll go back to start now. So hang on. Oh, I can't. Hang on.
2022 was cracked, not shattered. Cracked, not shattered, with one piece missing, you said. One piece, not 45. It's done. It's over. That's the way it was at 4 p.m. It's over. It's done. It's not guilty. The state police are 1,000% guilty. They destroyed that taillight. It's done. Bro, it's done. Over. Game over. Nicholas Barros, the Dayton police officer, the first honest cop to testify, he just ended this whole thing. It's over. I saw the jury's faces. I saw it. They know. They smiled. They laughed. He just confirmed what they already knew. It's over. Surrender. They might, Adam Lally, if he has any dignity, will come back from this break and say, I surrender. I fucked up. He called that witness. He called that witness and asked that question. Presumably, he prepped him on that, too. He knew he was going to say that. It was so horrific. He just dunked on himself that Eliza Little got up and said, we have no questions for this witness. Because why would she? Lally just did his job for them. It's done. It's over, folks. It's over. Done. Done, 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 done. The defense doesn't need a turn with them. The fuck are they going to do to him? He already did everything they need. They're going to take a knee. They took a knee. What you just saw in there was the equivalent of taking a knee in football. They just took a fucking knee at the end of the game. It's over. It's done. They took a knee. They surrendered. Over. So anyway, just filling you in on that. I hope the feds are watching. I know they are. I know they are. Nicholas Barros, officer from Dayton Police Department, just ended this thing. It's over. So justice is coming soon. The feds are coming soon. They're fucked. They're all fucked. And I hope they spend the rest of their lives in prison. These miserable, pukey fucks. You're going down. Understand that. Understand that. Peace.
Peace. Thanks, TB. Hey, thank you, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed on Friday with the Turtle Boy on. I hope you enjoyed it. Half-hour break, yes. I hope you all enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed with Aidan having him on. Obviously, I didn't get to basically any of the questions I wanted, but he did say that he'll come back on. So after this is done, hopefully we get him back on. I thoroughly enjoyed him. I thought the chat was fantastic. Thank you all for being so welcoming. Yeah, it was brilliant. I appreciate that, really do. Oh, thank you, Amanda. I know. .tv was great. Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, he'll be watching at some point, I'm sure. Just an officer came on and was very honest about it. Wasn't smashed, it was just cracked, the taillight, so it was good. Right, let me just get this down. I've just been sent the EDB video. Thank you to you. You know who you are. All right, this is something that came to my attention last night from Ms. Goldfinger. Here she is. Right. So I'd never heard of this before. That's why I proposed on for it. Because she wants to get drunk. She wants to get drunk. So I'd never heard of egg corn before. I thought she was taking the PISS. No, not lunch already. There's lunch coming afterwards. Hey, so I missed the question, guys. Please help me. What's the question? Oh, have you ever heard of egg corn? That was the question. So egg corn, right? Right, I need to, how do I get this? Right, hang on. I thought I was getting done. Egg corn is the altercation of a phrase through the mishearing or reinterpretation of one or more of its elements. Now, all of you said the same thing. 90% of you said that you didn't know what egg corn was. It's a language change. So, bated breath for bated breath. Beck and call for beck and call. Damp squid for damp squid. So these are the free reign for free reign. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. So, yeah, I'm glad most of you didn't hear it because I thought I was thick as they come. Sorry, that is what it is. That is what egg corn is, in case you didn't know. So there you go. We learned something new today. Right. What's Peter? Do you think the jurors want to deliberate? They probably do want to deliberate. And can they ask for dismissal? No, they can't. No, they can't. The jurors can't. No, the jurors can't. The defense won't until the case in chief is over with. Yeah, probably, yeah. Peter. So also the attorneys, there's lots of attorneys out there that are let's have a look what Trigos is saying. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look what Trigos is saying. Let's have a look what a lawyer. You've been proctored. We all know we've been proctored. Right, this is a good question by Peter. Let me just share this. This is a good question by Peter. Fair play, Peter. I'm glad Peter is saying this. Hang on, let me get it on screen for you guys. What do you do with a drunken sailor? No, I don't want to show that. Early in the morning. So, ladies, here you go. There's no picture of him, but you can see his tweets. So, bear with me. So, Peter said this morning, jaw dropping a bit. Jaw dropped a bit during the Karen Reid hearing this morning. Disclaimer, I'm behind, but my guess is the defense just wanted to show how easy it was to flip the video and leave the question in the jury's mind. Why did the Commonwealth just do it? Good question, Peter. Good question. Why? Why? I don't know. Very good question. Hey, Plevin, Coffin Daffer, all of them think this is great. No, that was a bad witness for them. It's frustrating with Bukkake. Hang on, someone just sent me a message. I have to get off just in case it's something. Oh, there we are. Thank you, Boston. Mike, I've just seen it. I just played it. Right, I need to get this over. Hang on. I need to get this over.
Wait. They're like 3 minutes in. And
right, I'll go and get this clip. There's a clip here. Bear with me. And I'll get it and I'll play it for you guys to see it. Is it this? I'm just going to get it from EDB and then I'll be. Hang on, here we go. I'll play this clip of what she says about Yannetti. So I'm interested to hear what she's got to say about it.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you.
I mean, Yannetti, you're here to hear the motion. I'm going to turn this up a little because I don't know why all of a sudden I can't hear him, but like that's literally the point. Go
I'd
on.
like to start with the most outrageous and false
He's pissed.
assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here.
Oh my God. She's already cutting him off. There's no jury here. Oh Lord.
Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10
Oh
minutes.
Lord.
Okay.
Oh
Because
no.
I don't need, the
Your Honor,
hyperbole.
I need to make my argument in the way.
They're like 3 minutes in, and the judge is already to this level of hyperbole is not helpful. Oh boy.
That I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince,
Understand.
correct?
I understand that.
Oh, she thinks he's answering the internet. She thinks he's answering the public and not answering the court. She said, I'm the person you need to convince. She wants to make sure that he is not, because it is televised, making a show for anyone other than her. Oh boy. Okay.
The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
Oh boy.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude
And he's
defendant's
saying it's on
expert,
page 3.
Dr. Marie Russell.
Also, my notes have us on week 7, chat. So I'm going with that because we have that in my motion. He's like, it's right there on page 4. Oh, he's pissed. She's
on page
pissed.
3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4.
The judge is
My
so
apologies.
annoyed.
My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. Starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing.
Yeah, they
Here's
did
what
have
was-
1 week of
here's-
jury selection.
here
I'm not
is
counting
what
that. I'm
was
counting week
actually
7 of
said.
evidence.
This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in
That
there
seems clear.
contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public
With the
that the
canine?
defense was not pursuing.
The canine's representing things to court? I'm teasing. He means the Commonwealth, but the Commonwealth and the canine both start with a C.
Such a claim.
So here we are.
Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a jury.
He went straight to, Your Honor, the audacity, and she went straight to, could you just make the legal arguments, Mr. Yannetti? She is clearly tired of the argument and the hyperbole, but everybody's mad this morning. It's real early.
Jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is, my
Wow.
integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith.
Doesn't matter that they're coming in
and
15
I need
minutes.
to defend myself and my client.
He needs to defend his
We were only
client.
discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no.
I agree
And they've
with
spun
their
that or tried to
interpretation
spin that
of the,
into a
as they
claim that we're
prevented
somehow
it.
waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame?
Oh, boy.
I'm sure it's not lost on this court.
The
That
audacity.
this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false
She's not going to
video,
like that.
before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukkake did they inquire or mention the fact that the video.
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr.
It's
Yannetti.
not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
Defense of being alleged to have committed
Acted in bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All
Oh,
right.
the judge is so mad.
You've got a new
He's so
medical,
mad.
Dr. Russell. We'll do
She's so mad.
that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time.
That's
And
what the disclosure
court,
requires.
I believe, has already suggested that Voir Dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire.
Oh,
I'm trying
shit.
to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that you, when did you provide?
A whole
Did you
day
provide
of voir
anything
dire.
recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion?
You guys want to know why the judge is spicy? That's why the judge is so spicy. A, the judge is like, stop making your arguments for the public. And B, a whole day of voir dire is going to eat into the time she told the jury they were going to get the case. That's the heart of the grumpiness, is that if this was done in advance, that they wouldn't need an entire day of voir dire. Wow.
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data.
That's not going to be
obtained in connection with
sufficient.
this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR,
That's
including
not
key
sufficient.
cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are,
Yeah, you
anything
can't do that.
beyond that relatively
They
vague
have to disclose what the
synopsis that
opinion
does not
is, not
comply
just
with
that
Rule
they
14.
have an opinion.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense
Yeah, that's
contained
not gonna
within
be
the
enough.
Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon.
It's so
and
hard.
Exactly what.
When she's snapping at the defense, I suggest you listen. It's hard to know if the attorneys were talking to their client or not in that moment. Whew. She's pissed. Pissed.
His opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
They have to disclose
All right.
that. They know they
Now,
have to disclose that.
regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have
She
you
doesn't think it's an
provided?
adequate disclosure either.
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal
These
government.
are from
and
the
they
federal case.
provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined
Oh, boy.
that, and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here when
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only.
If you told them, Your Honor, that they can't prep with the witnesses, then yeah, they're going to go based on the reports. So are you to believe that they followed the court order? Yeah. Yeah, it is.
For the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them.
I mean,
regarding
if
their
that's what she
findings, which are
said,
outlined
she's
in
causing part of the
detail in
problem.
reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get
That's on her,
everybody
though.
here for Voir Dire. They can testify in Voir Dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist.
Oh,
correct?
Your Honor,
She's a
you caused that
pathologist,
problem
but she has
yourself.
a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday. And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
We'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day.
Oh, there's going to be a full day of voir
How long
dire.
do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the
If in
nature
fact
of their opinion, you must want it too.
she doesn't believe them. She doesn't believe that they have followed her orders in this. That's wild.
To be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of
That's
these
gonna take a
witnesses to
minute.
take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me,
I'm sorry.
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
That's why she's so pissed.
Yeah.
Yes.
She is not happy about this schedule. She is not happy about the defense's arguments. She is not happy at all. Oh boy. I'm going to zoom past this as counsel and co-counsel talk to each other as they're trying to figure out what day to do this voir dire.
At least with regard to the.
I think we're back in court. So hang on, I've paused it in court. We're back. So hang on.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Here you
Yes,
go.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Oh! What? What? Right, here we go, people. Strap in, strap in. We got Proctor. Strap in. Fucking hell, strap in. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Right, here we go. Here we go, people. Calm down. Calm down, everyone. Oh my God.
Welcome, officers. Do you mind please step up?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, What, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works, or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Bukkake usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Bukkake called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a mail party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a mail party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Bukkake, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Bukkake come to with regard to what to do or where to go, or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Bukkake arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned up your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Bukkake? If you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Bukkake arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Mechanic go from
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Mechanic, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, and one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
With respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one. And
who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Bukkake and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Bukkake, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did your application, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
Yeah. I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Bukkake, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Jefe.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regards to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians and motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Bukkake and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Bukkake is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Bukkake and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Bukkake and I were informed that SIRT team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the sign move on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Bukkake and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code, and only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Bukkake have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Bukkake and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Bukkake and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Bukkak's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Bukkake position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Bukkake went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Bukkake approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed a broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that and finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The registry motor vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Bukkake and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear tail light had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Bukkake had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Bukkake go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port?
Yep, so we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sally Port garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah, Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating that off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Bukkake?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially a case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time. It's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I have shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and the detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle? So
we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when crime scene services was contacted to document, correct?
Yes,
And that would include at Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe.
correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed on Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port Garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle.
correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sally Port area of the Camden Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lally, she said, yeah, you've had like 20 moments now, Lally, so hurry up, will you? It's a nothing burger, yeah. He's just lying. But we knew that anyway. Who is crossing? Has anyone caught it? Is it Jackson? Who's in the cross?
With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34.
Okay.
The Sally Port video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Okay. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sally Port area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes. And so while this is going, if I could just ask a couple of questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage of the Camden Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded, or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask it different.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah, how does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Camden Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regards to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike it.
It's going to run it for about 9:24. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. And human item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as you're recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile, and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the.
Yes.
You only wear those gloves. Mother. You only wear those gloves if you're ready to commit a crime, and this guy's committing a crime right now.
Thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
We need to mark that, and we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, hold on. Hold on, so it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is the A the light and the 44's bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood, thank you.
Could you put that on the bag, please, sir? 544, 544A. Thank you.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. You can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thanks, sir. Just going to take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Ms. Cummins, if I could ask a pause. Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on the, or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, they was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast to the white snow.
Just tell me if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to One Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. Just view those, look up when you're finished. Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
And Proctor?
Yes.
Commonwealth, seek to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
It's 5:45 to 5:57.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Stillman, if I could have photograph 7752. Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen is now been marked as exhibit 546?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the Ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between Ms. Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
As far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on. Okay.
Here we go. I'm not sure why he's objecting there. I don't know. Yes, full day today, people. Full day today. This piece of crap is on there, lying through his teeth. It's absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jay. Jay's in the house. How are we doing, everybody? Oh, my days. Everything this guy has said so far has been a lie. I love this. Jackson is chomping at the bit. Yeah, no one knows anything. Not sure how you do it with time. Oh, it's all good, Lulu's mum. It's all good. It's all good. It's all, as we say in Wales, it's all gravy, baby. It's all gravy. But thank you for the concern. It's good. Right. When they come back, I have got over the lunch break. I got Heather. Not Heather. I got Jen coming on over the lunch break to give us her thoughts on this case. There you go. Also, I got a task for you all over lunch break. Thanks to Miss Wee Lassie. Somebody out there is impersonating Sean's channel, so I'm going to send you a link and tell you what to do to get this channel banned because they're impersonating Sean. So be careful if you get a message from Sean or anything on the YouTube community. Don't click any links. Make sure it's Sam McDonough and not going through the motions on it. So I'll talk to you about it during the lunch break. I'll show you how to get this account banned. But I'd appreciate if you guys can help me getting this channel banned from impersonating Sean. What I'll do is I'll show you how to do it. Well, you just need to ask if you want me on. There you go, Heather. If you seriously want to be on, send me an email. The alternate corner, because you've got a potty mouth. Because where do I send a link to you? So actually, send me an email anyway, Heather. How do I actually get in touch with you? Because I need to get in touch with you. Yeah, we got you. We got you. I'll do it. Thank you. Miss Wee Lassie spotted it. So, yeah, I will go. As I say, we'll go through it all the lunch break. But let's get. I don't want to disturb Sean with it. He doesn't need to worry about it.
You are unmuted.
Sure, but when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
I wish this guy would stop zooming in on Kara. Just leave her alone, dude. Just leave her alone. Because the trolls love it. I hate it. Leave her alone. Wrongful tour. Yeah, send a link in. Go and follow wrongfulpod.com.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
The rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
With respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780, that's my actual. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what if any damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach you?
Yes.
So I'm gonna present you the bag. You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what if any indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, one large piece of plastic, color red, one small piece of red plastic, and one piece of black plastic. Located at 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those. Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. I'm also seeking introducing this next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and
I
open
want
it.
to object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open every one, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Yes, that far.
All right, so
No.
go.
I don't need a motion. No objection.
Is there a number of how many small pieces? How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
The smaller bag will be 564.
Thank you.
The brown bag will be 564 A.
Thank you.
Containing 7 pieces.
Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items. Sir, if you could put those back in the bag. Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
The 565.
And lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items. Thank you, sir. If you could turn those items to the back. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself, what, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukkake with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukkake on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Bukkake and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Bukkake made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding, went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
I'm sorry, but I should have asked this prior to that as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the current ones, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you, or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was, or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation, or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton, and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Bukkake.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
All right.
You are muted.
I'm not sure how long the break is.
Council approach. Council.
Right, hang on then. Jen, how are you?
It's done. It's over.
Done. It's done,
Elvis
mate.
has left the building.
I know.
I am
Gone.
fired up, dude. I am fired up.
Good. Well,
This
we'll
is
see.
Crazy.
We'll see what they say here now, in case they come back on the record for a second,
Yeah.
and then we'll. I go to one more thing, and then we'll get into it. I just need to show people how to block a fake account for Sean on Facebook, and then we'll be done. Then we can actually get into it and get done, as they say. So yeah, I'm not sure how long this will be. I'm not sure how long the lunch is. Usually till 1:30. Well, half an hour to 45 minutes usually. Yeah, we'll see, guys. We'll see.
Yeah, I heard shortened lunches this week.
That's fine. We shall deal with it. Whatever comes, comes. It's fine.
This has been a day. This has been a day.
It's not been my favorite day. I'll be honest with you. It's been well, except for that one part. It's been a little bit of a pain in the ass, like, you know. But it's good though. Hey, everyone. Hey, Jen. So this is Jen. Just remember, she was here last week. Jen Manning. She was in court.
This chat is the best chat covering the Karen Reed case. I mean, Sean's right. This is an elite squad. Everything you guys are saying is so spot on. I work at Caliber Collision. If anyone has any questions about, I don't know, maybe damage to a car.
There you go.
Yeah. So I'm on my break right now upstairs in the office. And this is just blowing my mind. Every single day, a car comes in that's damaged. I estimate the damage. I go, what happened? And they tell me the story. And it is just unbelievable how they're trying to convince us that, okay, so if her taillight juts out 5 inches, right? And it goes to hit that vehicle, that's not going to have any paint transfer. His Traverse is not going to have any damage. Okay. His wheel moved. So it was hit. It was hit. Yeah. Hi, Amanda. And just for the fact John's car doesn't have any damage on it doesn't mean anything. And again, Lally wants to waste 20 minutes of the people's time discussing how John's vehicle has no damage on it when the jury just saw that it clearly moved. And you know what's funny about this, Dylan, is immediately they wanted to document that no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. But that's backwards. When you're doing an investigation, you want to try to see what the witness statements are saying and try to exonerate that person, not try to prove that person is guilty, because it kind of works backwards. You kind of have to, a person comes into the police station, well, we think you committed this murder. What's your alibi, they say. How can you prove to me you're innocent? Immediately they're interviewing these girls in Aruba before they even go to 34 Fairview. I mean, Jackson's gonna have a field day with this. And I looked at that Sallyport video over the weekend, and look at my notes. I've been going crazy.
There we go.
Right,
It's
so,
good. It's good.
yeah.
There's a lot to cover on it. There's definitely a lot to
There
cover.
is.
And as you say, this is what I always say. Just as they say, wait for us. All of this is like lollygagging. And it's just whatever. Once Jackson comes in, that's when we get the full experience, shall we say. So I am very interested. I just hate the whole thing. They call him now a case handler rather than a lead investigator. It's like a bit annoying. But hopefully the jury sees through that. Hopefully anyway. So we'll see. This is annoying. Why are they going to lunch? I mean, why are we still sidebar? I just want to. Also, I hate when they zoom in on Karen. I hate it because I just wanted her to be left alone.
I know. And you can tell how just miserable this morning. And when she was looking at Proctor, like it almost looked like she was going to cry, because like, to me, if I was her and I heard that this sworn officer for the Mass State Police was A, looking for nudes on my phone, B, said, I hope she just kills herself. I mean, the amount of, like, I'd feel so violated if I was Karen. Violated. And she has to sit there in front of the person that's framing her, that's done that main job of framing her for this murder. And you know what? I'm just like, I'm so done with them trying to justify why they found taillight pieces 3 weeks later in the snow when there was no snow. There was a dusting. Everybody said there was just a dusting on the lawn. I mean, why aren't the taillight pieces there? Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, how dumb do you think we are? How dumb do you think we are? How dumb do you think this jury is to not see your inverted video? And I swear to God, if Lally doesn't show his original video to Proctor in the Sallyport, okay, let's hear it.
Right, they've gone into recess now, right? Before we get into it, I know we got half an hour. Before we go, I really need to do this because I want to make sure that Sean's shut up. This guy Jesse catches me every time. I need to show people how to do this because someone's impersonating Sean out there. I don't like it. And then we'll get in ridiculous with you, Jen. So basically, people, if you get a chance, please go to this page. It only take a minute to do this, guys, by the way. That's why I'm showing you how it's done. So go to this page. It says going through the motions. It is so if I zoom in, I'll put the link in the chat as well. But if you are not there, it's at going through the motions with a dash at the end as well. And the account is here. Thank you, Lisa, as well. Half an hour. That's the link there is the exact portion towards it. All you need to do is go into more about this channel, press report user, impersonation. The channel's impersonating someone else. Oops, hang on. Someone else. Then I need to zoom out here because he won't let me.
Do they have any followers?
They got 10, I think. So go into that one and then go next and then put Sean's channel in. On Sean's channel, I'll go and copy and paste it. and I'll put it in here so you can see, and I'll zoom into it, is just youtube.com/@Sam McDonough. So you can copy and paste that, put that in there, and let's press next. And then you don't have to put anything else in, but press
So
submit.
it's at Sam because the SAM are his initials, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and that's it. So please do us a favor and go into that, and I'll post Sean's channel in here. So if you want to copy and paste it from StreamYard, you can.
House Long, what do you think about the polycarbonate shattering into small pieces? Listen, taillights don't explode. They just don't. Oftentimes people will come into the shop with pictures they took at their scene. Oh, I got a little fender bender, my taillight cracked, it's missing some pieces. Never in a million years have, even when they hit a deer, something soft that would compare to a body, it doesn't shatter in a million pieces and go everywhere. Okay, it just doesn't do that. Especially, like, first of all, she was on the curb line. Okay, I went to 34 Fairview the other day, and I saw how far that flagpole. I mean, there's just no way. There's just no way. It's not happening, people. It's not happening. Okay.
So are you concentrating? What's your favorite bit to concentrate on? Is it the Sallyport stuff? Is that the most damning thing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could talk about the Sallyport.
No, I mean in general now. What's your one big thing here? As in so far, is it this Sallyport or is it other stuff? Do you think? Okay, obviously there's other things, but do you think the Sallyport stuff is big and the Taylor stuff is big? Or
as far as the Sallyport goes, it's just an injustice to present that inverted video. In criminal law procedure, when you always have to ask the witness, is this an accurate depiction of what you saw that day? And the fact that Bukkake didn't immediately say, although accurate, and people are doing what I saw that day, the video is inverted. And I went back and I listened to all of the direct examination for Cross on Bukkake on Sunday night. I think I texted you at 2 a.m. your time, Dylan. I'm like, he's gonna think I'm insane. And I went through all of it just with the perception, because the first time I watched it, I thought that was what we were looking at, the passenger side, right? So I went back and I looked at the testimony, and I confirmed with almost 100% reasonable suspicion that Lally knows it was an inverted video, because the whole time Lally is asking Bukkake to hey, look, can you use the laser pointer and point to where stuff is? He asks, he says, okay, Karen Reading father pointed to the direction to the damage to the right rear taillight and the missing pieces, and Jackson objects to like the missing pieces, right? Because that is not true. And he also asked to have Trooper Bukkake to use the laser pointer to signal which area he is talking about. But at no point when the Lexus is in the Sallyport, okay, does he ask Bukkake to use that laser pointer to point to the right rear tail light? Because if he did, he'd have to mention that it was inverted, okay? And I want to talk about both of their statements about why they took the Lexus to the Sallyport in Canton. Okay, I lived in Boston in the Canton, Stoughton area for 30 years, okay? Going from Dighton, you will pass through Milton to go to the Milton Barracks. That's one thing, okay? Why are you bringing it back to Canton? Why?
Well, so before you go, I'm lost. So whereabouts, give us an estimate of where that route is for those of us not from Boston.
Dighton is south, and you would have to travel north through Milton and Canton and Milton, Stoughton, Canton, Easton. Okay, so I just know it's on the way. I did some Google mapping.
No, it's fine. It was just roughly. So it's a bit out the. Basically, it's out the way. You're trying to say.
There's no reason that just
Yeah.
because it was heated. Okay, so I want to go through the statement exactly what Bukkake said. So Lally asked him, why did you take it to Canton PD? Okay, he said, quote, it was a place that would serve as a location to store a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is as it related to the crime that took place and was investigated in that town. So we utilized their facility, so a heated facility to help melt the snow and had been accumulating on the vehicle. What? First of all, it's not being investigated in that town. Officer Saraf testified that they like pretty much immediately recused themselves. And you know they've recused themselves. Why would you bring it to the Short and Shiny's offices, Deshaun calls them, the Chief Berkowitz, so and Higgins, and even Brian Albert and Kevin Albert, so they can all have access to this to plant more evidence? Like a recusal is a recusal. Okay, you don't allow those people to now have access to that vehicle unless you're up to something. And you don't invert a video unless you're up to something. Okay, so then Proctor testifies why they took it to Canton PD. And he said, well, it was a heated facility, and other option is the Milton Barracks that are too small. But Bukkake testified the other day that on the day he went to go pick up the vehicle on February 3rd, he brings it to the Milton Barracks. It's too small now, Proctor. I mean, they're making stuff up as they go. It's not even smart.
Yeah.
You would think that, and if it was, I mean, they messed up this cover up so badly that they are hitting themselves. Okay, so Doa says, what do you make of the chances of the hair on the back of the car and making it all the way to Dighton and then back to Canton? Okay, so when cars have come in, when they hit a deer, okay. Now, oftentimes, usually a front of vehicle will hit a deer and you'll see deer hair in the grill. It's like clumps, you'll see it, or it might have cracked the bumper and you'll see the deer hair like kind of wedged into the cracks in the bumper. But that's because something is grasping onto it, like a grill, like a crack in a bumper. This hair, okay, is presumably underneath caked on snow that presumably melted in the presumably heated Sally port. Yeah. Wouldn't it have come off the car? I mean, and speaking of that, you have someone who wants to bring caked on thawed evidence, right? It's cold. To preserve something, you usually keep it cold, right?
Yeah.
You want to keep it cold. They even said they kept those solo cup blood in freezes, and she testified that she had to wait for it to thaw out.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't mind that. But now you want all the evidence to melt off your potential murder weapon and then shovel it away? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. If any fingerprints are there, I mean, crime scenes are very precise, Dylan. Okay, and I have actually looked up processes for crime scene because I went to school for criminal justice, but it's been some time. Okay, a crime scene isn't cleared until the investigative team has gathered all possible evidence and info. Now, what do you take from that?
Well, in the sense that on this case, you mean?
Sure.
Well, no, but normally they have to secure it, go through everything, and that obviously wasn't done here because they released it first thing in the morning. So yeah.
I mean, they just kept coming back. You don't leave. You don't.
Well, you
leave
shouldn't release. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
You don't leave possible evidence behind. If it's a lot of work, it's a lot of work. You got to go through the snow that first day. And why would you wait? And snow's coming down, Proctor. Why would you wait to go to 34 Fairview for days? Why would you wait? A crime is better solved, which is in 48 hours. They're like the show, 48 hours, even though Brian Albert apparently doesn't know that. But the point is, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. And the fact that there's even Kevin Plevins or Jennifer Coffendoffers out there is shocking to me. It is.
There's a lot of them out there, but they're in echo chambers. You're always going to have that, though. Do you know what I mean? On both sides, you're going to have it, but they're never going to see. But I normally find it interesting to listen to the other side if they're willing to listen and stuff like that. But on this occasion, no one's willing to budge. And unfortunately, a lot of people that are against Karen Reid, it's not Karen, because of Turtle Boy, which we know because people like Plevin has a hard on the fact that Turtle Boy dunked on him. So no matter what evidence gets put in, he will always think that Karen's guilty because Turtle Boy dunked on him. So they don't care about the case. They don't care about evidence. So there's no even point listening to them because of that. And Jennifer Coffendoff, allegedly her father worked with these people. So again, it's no point even listening to them on this occasion. So yeah, it's not great. It's not great. But people will listen to them. It's part and parcel of it. But again, the main thing is, though, my question is, and it's what I want to ask you is, it's great that you got all this detail and everything like that, because obviously you're knowledgeable about it, you're thinking about it, but how simple or how simplified do the defense need to be in order to make the jury understand all of this? Because we're all going away from all this, listening to you now, listening to Sean, listening to whoever, myself, and we can go and research all these things. Do you think, and I know this is quite hard and it's a tricky question, do you think at the minute the defense are doing a good job of simplifying everything, or do you think they're a little bit confused about the whole situation and they're going to wait until closings to actually tie it all together? And you might not have an answer because obviously you've done all your research, but I'm always intrigued to hear, try to be unbiased, but how do you think they're presenting this to the jury and how are they clicking onto it? Because it's not easy for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all I do is watch trials like you, Dylan. Like all I do, and this is not a normal judge. This is not a normal prosecutor. And to our benefit, this is not a normal defense team. Oftentimes the defense is trying the best they can for someone like, Lori Vallow or Chad Daybell, who they know committed those crimes. I mean, they really have a shitty job most of the time. But this defense is actually what defense teams are made for. This defense knows their client is innocent, has the TUI report from the FBI, and they're doing a fantastic job simplifying it. I mean, just even with this crime scene, if you go through the 7 steps of crime scene investigation that I wrote down, this is all they need to do. This is all they need to go up there and ask Proctor. Even if they only did this: identify crime scene dimensions, locate focal point. Well, you didn't do that. You didn't do that day one. You didn't establish security, tape around the perimeter. You didn't do that, did you? You didn't do that. Create, plan, and communicate. Determine the type of crime. So they did that first. They determined the type of crime was a hit and run based on who? The most honest person in the world, Jen McCabe. I wonder how long they took to come up with that. Create, plan, and communicate. Bukkake says, oh, our plan was to just anytime someone was driving through, just go and see if any evidence grew out of the grass. Come on. All right, conduct primary survey. They didn't go and ask neighbors, hey, did you hear screeching? Do you have ring cam? All this, and they didn't document and process the scene, Dylan.
No,
and they definitely didn't record and preserve the evidence correctly. They didn't conduct a secondary survey. Maybe someone was staying over someone's house and they came back and they said, actually, I was up in the middle of the night in your guest room and I did hear a car or something, and then now they have new information. They didn't do any of this because they already made up their mind. I think they already made up their mind in the middle of the night before John was even found. Okay. I mean, this and to answer your question, I guess simply is yes, I do think the defense is simplifying this for the jury. I mean, today you posted a tweet about, Turtle Boy saying one of the jurors rolled their eyes
Yeah.
after they heard Proctor literally turn to them and be like, "No, we did not touch it or manipulate it. No." And they're like, "Oh my God. Oh my."
No, I agree. I think that it's coming. I'm always though, but like this is why I try and balance it. Like I'm always intrigued because obviously people got different knowledge, but it doesn't matter what we think, if that makes sense. It's always about what the jury think, what the jury think and stuff. So I'm always intrigued to hear from people like yourself, Jen, about what, because you are a juror, essentially. You are a juror. And obviously you've got knowledge in this field, but essentially you're still a juror looking at this trial. So, and that's why I wanted to ask you that question, see if things are sinking in differently for you as well.
And I came into this case, the first time I ever heard about it was I follow this true crime channel called 10 to Life with Annie Elise. I think.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, you might have heard of her. And it was last, I want to say July or August, I saw her post a video about this trial. And I'm sitting there at my other Caliber Collision, listening to it, doing my work. And immediately I hear Canton and I'm like, what? You know, like that's where I'm from. And then I immediately texted my friend Melissa, who still lives there. And she's like, oh my God, yes, I know all about it. And my friend Melissa, who also watches you, shout out to Melissa McLeod, and her boyfriend Ficini, Mike Ficini, she said that, you know, Mike talked to Brian Nagel the other day and is friends with Julie's brother. And, you know, he was being honest. I mean, these are truthful people. Okay. Melissa has talked, you know, kind of off the record about the corruption in Canton and this going. I mean, we have known for years that the Canton and Stoughton police have been somewhat corrupt. We just couldn't pin it on them. And I think that's why Canton and Stoughton are so excited that this is actually happening, because we can finally let everyone know what we've been speculating all these years. You know, and I went to the same middle school and high school as Sandra Birchmore, and I hope that her case gets more coverage after this one.
I will. He will.
Yeah.
I think he will. This question of Crafty Cow says, couldn't Jen have damaged the light when they arrived at John's house to fit in with her story, as a ring video didn't show them coming out of the house? Is it
You know what? I don't think so. Of course, anything is possible, but I do believe that when she backed into John's car, it would make so much sense to me, studying damages on cars, that her taillight being out a little bit, pushed up against his steel or aluminum or whatever that car is made out of, and just cracked it a bit. Just cracked it. Okay. And usually when you just crack a taillight a little bit, the piece that is cracked, or you could say falls off, usually falls into the housing. It doesn't fall outside the housing because the pressure is going upon the taillight. So it goes into the taillight housing. So there wouldn't be so yeah. And did you observe any taillight pieces on this really dark video by John's car? No, you wouldn't. It fell inside the housing. That's what happens every single time.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. I mean, I do think it's intriguing though, because obviously I sort of know why Crafty Cow was asking this, is because if you remember the testimony, Jen said that she spotted the cracked taillight on the way in, and obviously they didn't pause. And then Kerry had to say, oh yeah, he must have been on the way out. And I know that essentially, was there any damage then? Could it have been done afterwards? So I sort of understand the question, but no, you make complete sense. I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, some things are just like we're speculating on how they happened the correct way, right? And that's one of them. And also my speculation I just want to right here state on the record, like what I think happened when Karen pulled up to 34 Fairview. And you guys in the chat can let me know if you agree with this speculation. I think that for the first 2 weeks of January, okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit. For the first 2 weeks of January,
Yeah, okay.
she was texting Higgins, okay, and I think that she was a little butthurt from the whatever happened in Aruba. But I think that faded away, and in the last 2 weeks, she stopped texting Higgins, ghosted him, as Jackson would say. And I think when she saw him at the bar that night, she felt a little weird, okay, and she just ignored him, okay. I think when they all left the bar and they're getting directions to go back to 34 Fairview, she sees that text, well, from Higgins, and
Yeah.
maybe John sees it. Maybe John gets a little pissed. Maybe there's some words in the car. That's speculation. Okay, but I do think that there was a little kind of like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, why is he texting you? You know, and I think that maybe John went into that house to confront Higgins. And I think
Okay.
when he went into the house to confront Higgins, or the garage, or wherever he entered, I think Brian Albert, probably like most drunk guys in their 40s or 50s, like, hey, you don't talk to anyone in my house like that. And I think that's kind of where it happened, and it happened really fast. And I think that that's how it happened. I think the dog was defending its owner. John went like this. The dog, you know, bit onto his arm. And I think that the fighting was so bad that he started vomiting and convulsing. And I think the reason why Ryan Nagel didn't see John walk into that house was because on that truck, there's suicide doors where the door doesn't open like this, it opens like this. So it's blocking John walking into the house. He's talking to his sister. He's focused on what do you mean? What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't want to ride home anymore. That's always been my theory. And nothing I've seen disproves that. I mean,
Yeah.
the prosecution isn't proving anything, and the defense, and they're really just trying to disprove that she was framed at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
and that's
what
fine.
I feel.
I think it's logical. I mean, look, some people in the chat saying yes, agree. Some people disagree. You know,
Sure.
everyone's got a logical idea on it. But again, wait for us. That's the whole message from the defense. I mean, I honestly, I don't really have a theory. Well, I did have a theory before when I thought he was in the basement stuff, but that was ages and ages ago. I mean, when it first came out. But now I don't actually have a theory. I don't actually know what happened. I generally don't. I don't know who's involved in it. I don't know. I do think the dog is involved, but I generally don't know who are the culprits. I could speculate. I honestly don't know. I don't know if it's Colin, Brian. I don't know if there's combo. I don't know. I'm just gonna. You know, I could speculate, as you say, but I'm just gonna wait for the evidence to come in. And what I do know is the Commonwealth have not proven anything. And that's more important to me than knowing what happened. And the what happened part comes after Karen is exonerated. So it's just to remind everyone that the defense don't need to prove anything about what happened. They don't need to prove guilt whatsoever, prove it happened in the basement. They just need to prove that it wasn't Karen Reed that did it. The whole thing about speculation is afterwards, you know. So
Right. And yeah, I would love to hear everyone's theories, of course. And that's all we can do, which is really sad because no one's telling the truth here. You know, my thought is like, why did they let this get so far? You know, I was saying to my best friend Candace the other day, I'm like, they could have easily, like, with their connections, after a fight broke out, said, hey, this was self-defense. And then why didn't they try to save his life? You know what I mean? Like, they didn't try to save his life for a reason. And that's the speculation there. Because John would have had knowledge of how the fight started. And they didn't want that getting out, obviously.
yeah,
And the defense has proven way more than the Commonwealth. The defense has proved rehoming of dogs, rehoming of the home, rehoming of phones. oh, if I did get rid of the SIM card, I would have ripped it and throw it in a military base. I mean, come on, people are smarter than that.
Well,
you
I
know?
hope so. I hope so. That's where the logical thing, but the jury comes into it, and from all sounds of what Jennifer, Boy, everyone's reporting is that they quite clued in on all of that, and I think common sense does take over with the whole SIM card stuff. Anyway, I believe I'd like to think so. Anyway, but I'm conscious of time. What else we got on your list about? What else do you want to cover?
Well, I just think it's exciting that Proctor is finally on the stand. I mean, I almost had a heart attack when Lally said his
I
name.
jumped. I know.
I know.
Jumped.
You were like, all right, stay calm. It was like that Office GIF or meme where there's a fire and
Yeah.
I was like, all right, everybody, it's happening. Stay calm. Like,
I
that's
didn't
how
realize
felt.
it. It's great, it's
Yeah.
great. We all been waiting for this, so it's like,
Right.
and again, it's disappointing at the start because we know he's lying, and I know everyone's frustrated, but again, the defense are coming, people. The defense are coming, So
Yeah, and Jackson's gonna make a point. Hey, Proctor, you were on schedule from 7 to 7. So when John was confirmed dead at 7:50, you would have already been home. You knew about this prior, suggesting that you knew about this prior to stay on. And yeah, Lank gave him a 10% chance of surviving, but typically you'd be like, this isn't on me. I have other cases. I have the Brian Walsh case. Who else knows what he has? Okay. So again, what I have a question about, and I hope Jackson's asked him this. Proctor testified today that he let Karen know he'd be seizing the phone and that he'd eventually get a search warrant for it. That's not how it works.
No,
That's not how it works at all.
They've laid that foundation already because Bukkake said that they took the phone and they never said anything about a search warrant or anything. So I think they've laid the foundation a little bit, but he will definitely ask a question on that. He has to. Well, not that he has to, but I think he will ask that question. I think. Go on. Go on.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. But yeah.
No, I was done. It was a comment that came up in chat. I just want to show it. But you carry on. Oh, you carry on.
So he also testified that he did not have access to the evidence room, which Bukkake already said. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Bukkake already said, yes, Bukkake, that yes, if Proctor wanted to review that evidence, he could go and do it. I mean, get your story straight. This is crazy. Yes, house long. I do think they were on cocaine in that house that night. I seriously do. And I've heard Sean say that on his show, and the way they were acting in the bar that night. I mean, there's some stuff that they didn't want to get out. And I think that's why they didn't claim self-defense with John and let him live. So yeah, and all of Jackson's objections today were just all calls for speculation. I mean, the fact that Lally's trying to make Bukkake and Proctor, the medical examiner, just all these people who he wants to substitute for their expertise, and in my expertise, shoes fly off. I could say that because I've seen other crimes like the Murdaugh saga had a hit and run that they thought Buster was accused of doing, and his shoes came off. Like, I could say that, but I'm not an expert on it. Okay.
No, Stephen Smith. That was,
you're an accident reconstructionist, Proctor. I'm so pissed I can't even pronounce words right now. I mean, I cannot wait. I don't know if we're gonna get to Cross today. We might get a little bit towards the end of the day that we can actually dive into tonight, but
maybe. We'll have about another 2.5 hours testimony. And Di, stop ripping me. I was just trying to explain at the time. I've not given an explanation since then. The only thing I've not dodged from is the dog. I've always thought the dog was involved. Right, there's a comment here because I picked this up as well earlier on. I'm not sure if you picked it up, but Wikicycle said, without being asked, Proctor offered information about how often he calls his sister. He's trying to establish an excuse for all the calls after the incident. So if you remember, she had a shit ton of calls to Proctor. But between Proctor and somebody, and it's just I think, wow, he's trying to put that into their minds, like, yeah, it's all genuine. We're best friends. We call each other 5-6 times a day. Obviously, you don't. Don't lie to me, Proctor. There's no way they do that.
Yeah. When Jackson was questioning Julie Albert about calling Courtney Proctor those 67 times over 6 months, and basically saying like, like, why were you calling her that much? She really didn't have an answer, but Jackson basically implied that they were using it as a three-way call method. Yeah, so Julie like would call Courtney, and then Courtney would dial in Proctor. And I don't know how, how three-way calls show up on call logs, but I imagine that Proctor does. I mean, he testified today he's a celebrate extraction expert. So we'll see. He's digging himself a hole.
Yeah, he is. Well, I think he's going to be on stand for like all day today and probably all day Wednesday, I imagine, and if not a little bit longer, because he is the key witness. And it depends how he, like somebody said later on, that he could be short witness because he might plead the fifth, but I don't see that, because I think if he pleads the fifth, his case over. It's done.
Yeah, Yannetti said in the opening statements, about the text to his buddies, to his high school buddies, and you don't say that in an opening statement unless you have evidence for it.
Oh, he's definitely got evidence.
Yeah, so I imagine the moment that they present those texts into evidence, I mean, there's just absolutely no excuse for that. I mean, how do you explain that?
You don't. You just fall.
You were joking. Like,
you've just fallen on it. There's nothing you can do. He has to fall on it now and be like, "Yeah, I'm ashamed. I shouldn't have done that. It was a joke." But...
And even if he says, "Oh, I was joking," she's a beautiful woman, and I was just trying to make my friends laugh. You're not joking about, I wish she would kill herself. And we all know why he just wished that Karen would kill herself.
Yeah.
Is because this would all go away.
It'd go away, it would. But if they got all that statements down, I don't know. He can't get away from it. So what else can he do? He's just gonna have to admit to it and be like, yeah, there's nothing else he can do because unless he's got some superb excuse that somebody took his phone or something like that. But that's not even believable. I think they're gonna hide that in somewhere. It'd be interesting to see if Lally addresses it or not. If Lally addresses it, he might try and hide it in, but we'll just have to see what he brings up. We just don't know what Lally's going to say. We just don't know.
He is like, it's almost like he's working for the defense sometimes, where I'm like, why are you asking this witness this question? And if he brings up those texts with Proctor, I mean, he's doomed if he doesn't. He's doomed if he doesn't. So it'll just be funny, because I hope he doesn't, just so the jury can. I mean, the jury already heard it, right?
They know about it, yeah.
His credibility is already in trash, absolutely trash. And Lally's credibility is trashed after the inverted video. So I'm sure the jury is just fed up. They're absolutely fed up, because they're hearing conflicting stories from witness to witness, from detective to detective, and it's disgusting. And Karen has to sit there and be like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, it's not fair on her. It's not fair on her. Especially it's cost her so much money, but more than that, it's cost her freedom, because she can't be free until it's done. And Perry comes in with the clouds. Hey, Per. Sergeant Barros, the tailor was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged. That was probably the key line from today. That was like when Aiden went off his head and was like, slam dunk, done, case over, move on.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? So
it's done.
It's done.
It's over, as Sean would say.
He was clever to put that in between them both. So it's like, Bukkake, whatever his name is, was there. He puts this in because he knows it's really good for the prosecution, but he hopes that people forget because he announced Proctor. So he probably hopes that they will forget that testimony. But again, the defense needs to bash that in to the defense in closing. So we'll see.
I mean, Barros goes, yes, it was cracked. Like, no mention of like missing piece or like the whole tail light being gone. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
I
They're
agree.
clearly trying to cover up the fact that they planted that evidence. I mean, it's like a 5-year-old could see this. I said to my friend Candace the other day, I go, what if you had a 5-year-old that was the investigator on this scene? What do you think the 5-year-old would say as they're like, okay, dead body on the lawn, right? Oh, person said they dropped off to this party. Why don't we go inside house? Maybe their other shoe is inside house. Maybe they got hurt inside the house. Is anybody else hurt in there? We have to go check. I mean, a 5-year-old would understand this. I was a preschool teacher for 10 years. A 5-year-old would understand it. It's such an insult to the intelligence. And this morning with Yannetti and the judge and the hyperbole. I mean, come on. They're trying to ambush us. Really? Over the weekend, I listened to Melanie, and I don't know the name of her, but she runs the Defense Diaries podcast.
Ali.
Allie, yeah.
Or Ali
Yeah.
something anyway.
And they played that, I think it was February 5th hearing, and exactly what Yannetti said this morning about the dog DNA. Yeah, they said, no, we will not be doing dog DNA because guess what? Like, it wasn't collected. And Chloe is gone.
No, they're shady. They're shady. The Commonwealth are more shady than anybody. So I understand why. Look, I understand what Bev is saying is like just concentrate on this, but I would have been the same as Yannetti. This is my name you're using. You're tarnishing my name. I'm going to put it on record. So I get that. I get why he was like that. I don't blame him. I would have been exactly the same as him.
mean, every 2 seconds, she's interrupting him, being like, stop putting on a show, basically. When he is just having a real emotion moment where he just heard this, degradation to his character from McLaughlin over there. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it was like an "are you kidding me" moment. How dare you? That was real emotion. He wasn't putting on for anyone. She thought maybe he was putting on for the media. There's way too much here in this case to have to do that. I mean, it's not like he's trying to highlight this specific thing. There's highlights all over the place. This case is so messed up. The Commonwealth knows it. They're a part of it, and Lally should be sanctioned for that video. That was unbelievable.
No, I agree. And I said today, I think it's disgusting. He swore an oath when he got into office, and he's broken that, I think. And unfortunately, it happened. Well, not happens everywhere, but a lot of DAs are the same. It's just disgusting. Elizabeth, when are they due back? They were supposed to be back, I thought, half an hour. So I thought probably the next minute or so, I imagine, Elizabeth. I'm not really sure. I
don't even know what time it is.
It's 1:45 now. So,
okay.
But we'll carry on. Obviously, when it comes back, we'll obviously cut off. But before then, so people saying about how Proctor was trained, and all these witnesses are sort of like comfortable with Lally, even though he asks stupid questions. But it's again, when the defense asks questions, they just fall apart. And I think that's a big part of the jury will see, because they can answer all the questions Lally has, even though it's like house long this, what, but it just doesn't make sense. The simplistic questions of defense they can't answer. So I think the jury are definitely picking that up and going, what the hell is going on here? So hopefully that is going to be true here.
Yeah, and these people aren't actors. They're not actors or actresses. So you can clearly tell when they've rehearsed a statement. For one, Jen McCabe being like, well, it was cold and I have MS and I Googled it really fast. And I mean, rehearsed, okay? Because you needed an excuse, right? Bukkake the other day, where he's now been on direct the day before, no mention of the inverted video, has time to go home, read the comment section and realize the whole world found out it was inverted. The next day, finish direct, okay? Right, Candace, the tone completely becomes hostile when defense starts to question, right? Because he immediately has to say, oh, well, even though it's an accurate depiction, it is inverted, and uses the same adjective inverted to describe what the comment section at home is saying about this video. I mean, it's rehearsed. You take some acting lessons if you're going to rehearse some shit. Sorry for the swearing. I'm like Sean over here.
I mean, fucking hell, have you heard my streams? Jesus Christ. I think you'll be fine. Blasphemy. I keep saying JC word and people don't like it, so apologies. Yeah,
God
so
bless you.
yeah. So yeah, no, you're right, and I think Perry says I think Yannetti Jackson probably had enough of Bev. They tried being nice, and so he was quite aggressive. Yannetti was aggressive this morning. That's the most aggressive I've seen him. But
it was real emotion.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
that wasn't
right.
acting. It was just
You know.
he wasn't purposely trying. He just got slandered. Are you kidding me? When he has all the facts in front of him, and yeah, can't. That's my best friend Candace, the nurse.
Oh, okay. Hello, Candice. How are
Yes.
you? Nice to see you again.
She's great.
But sorry,
Yeah, it's in the Sally Port video. I know I was messaging you about that the other night.
Yeah.
I googled what time is it in England. I'm like, it's 2 a.m. He's getting all these messages.
5 hours ahead of you. 5 hours ahead. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
fine.
like, he's gonna think I'm a psychopath, like writing all these notes, like. But I went through the Sally Port video like second by second, and I actually slowed it down. And for everyone in the chat, you should go back to that Sally Port video and actually slow it down to like negative 0.05. And I mean, with the slowed down version, Dylan, it's 10 times worse. It's not just the fact that this thing is motion activated, okay? Because if it was motion activated, it's not fluid, okay? It's not. And he's mentioning about how these cameras are sensitive. So if they were that sensitive, they would stay on. I mean, why would you have a motion activated camera in a garage? Because of storage? Is that your excuse? Because of storage? No, it doesn't matter about storage these days. What? It's not 1974.
No, it's the cloud,
Okay.
so it's fine. Yeah.
And the fact that he's trying to testify to the fact that he knows how the Sally Port records its videos is again rehearsed. You are talking to who? Chief Berkowitz? How does the camera work? What can we come up with an excuse for? What is it? Let's say it's motion activated. Let's say it's automatically reverses. Oh yeah, so no, we can make them think that's the passenger side. And hey, if they figure it out, I won't show that video to Trooper Proctor, so we can make it look like we're telling the truth. No, you'll never be forgiven for that, Lally. That was a complete corrupt move. That was intentional. Okay, you're not just an idiot about this stuff. You know, you've probably seen this video a million times. And the fact that, like, you know, Kevin Plevin, he showed his hand the other day.
I know.
When they're watching that video, he goes, "Oh, I can already see that pieces are missing." Really? Because that's the other side.
I know. He's an idiot. He's an idiot, but which is good. He is an idiot, and I love it that he's an idiot.
Yeah, they want to blame the technology for their mistakes, but there's people literally disappearing like that garage is in Hogwarts. Okay.
No, I agree. Right, I want to ask you this question. I know I'm cutting across, but I'm conscious when the court's going to come back. So I want to ask you this question because you're the ideal person to ask this question too. So M is asking, ask Jen, was it worth going to Canton to hang out with the supporters? Because she's thinking about going next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Park behind the Registry of Deeds, 694 High Street. Walk up to the supporters that are right by the Dedham Church and just say, "Hi, my name is, whatever. I support Karen, wanted to come hang out with you guys this morning." It's an amazing group. Everyone is so nice. Someone gave me a free Karen Reed t-shirt. And, it was funny. I forgot to tell you this the other day. When I was standing in that buffer zone with Candace, I didn't know that we couldn't, because people were waving their pom-poms. This is like the little sidewalk Karen walks down. It wasn't like where we were before. I was holding up the free Karen Reed t-shirt, and a cop comes over to me and goes, "Hey, this is a buffer zone. You can't hold that up." And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I was just excited to be there. But, I'm like, I'm such a rule follower. I'm like, no, okay, I'll put it away. I'll put it away. And he's like, he just kept trying to tell me, like, this is a buffer zone. Like, these cops aren't really too happy we're out there supporting a woman accused of killing a police officer. I get it. But you should know the details of the case, do you not? I mean, you haven't researched it at all. I mean, so that's speculation on my part. They are mad at us.
I think there's mixed as well. I think there's some people, from what I understand, there's a lot of people supportive of Karen as well. So I think there's a mix in that group, I believe. But again, I'm only hearing that secondhand, so I don't actually know. Says thank you for that. Yeah, I would encourage anyone to go. If I was closer, I would 100% be going to this, because it's a once in a lifetime experience, people. So go. If you can go.
You'll never be able to support injustice like this probably in your life. This case is unprecedented. I think it'll leave a mark on the town of Canton for 100 years. I mean, the kind of corruption in this case is so unprecedented. I mean, when you take an oath to become a police officer, you are supposed to say that you will abide by the law and protect and serve. And when it comes down to it, that oath is true on the stand too, that you are going to tell the truth. Okay. And these people have all lied in some fashion, whether it be Link saying that he didn't have a relationship with them in the beginning, whether it be McLaughlin saying she wasn't that close to Caitlin, whether it be Julie Nagel who said that she saw a blob. So you saw a blob and you didn't put you put two and two together the next day, but you didn't say anything. Yeah. Everything is so obvious, and I'm sure, like you said last night in that message to me, Dylan, that you just hope the jury sees it. I'm sure the jury sees it, and that's really all that matters.
Yeah, and that's why it's intriguing to get your insight and get everyone's insight that comes onto the channel, because again, we're all jurors. Well, that's why I call it the alternate corner. We're all alternates. We're ready to become jurors, and we've all got opinions. And I've always said it doesn't matter what your opinion is, as long as you're respectful and able to articulate that opinion. We're all entitled to it. We can all speculate as much as we want. There's some parts of the evidence that could be stronger. Like, look at Sean, that Taylor is his baby. That's the key thing. That's actually the key thing that brought me into it as well. For some people, it's a Google search. For some people, it's a Sally Porter video. Everyone's got different expertise, and these jurors, 17 of them, they all have different expertise as well. So we'll see.
The Google search was originally what really got me, because I watch criminal trials and true crime cases all day long. That's all I do. I've been doing that for 15 years now. I'm obsessed with it, you could say. So never once has a Celebrate extraction ever been questioned.
No.
Or the prosecution has ever had to bring up a Celebrate expert to negate something that Celebrate found. So this is unprecedented when it comes to Celebrate. So that's what originally got me into it. And then, of course, once I started to like really get into it, joining the Justice for John O'Keefe Facebook page, the taillight is what caught me and what really got me motivated to really look into this. And then recently realizing that not only was she framed by these police officers, now she's being framed in a perspective by Lally with the Sallyport video. It's all of these little babies combined, really. It's not just one thing.
Oh, no.
If it was just one thing, I don't think we'd have this much of an uproar, because people would be like kind of on the fence. But it's everything. It's everything we've heard from every single witness. Even going to like Jen McCabe not seeing Chloe in the bedroom, or Brian Albert saying she was hysterical when she's calm on the 911 phone call. This is everything.
Can't say this is just the beginning of God exposing human nature? I agree with you. We foolishly put our trust in human titles. Evil lies in the heart of all humans. Look at Hollywood crashing in front of our eyes. There's a lot out there today that he's a Celebrate expert. I know.
Candace and I talk about this all the time. You know,
Yeah, I believe.
People have evil in their heart. I mean, look at what happened in the Holocaust. Look what happened to those Nazi soldiers who were just saying, "I'm just doing my job." They wanted to protect an organization more than they wanted to protect human life. And when it comes down to it, people want to project their morals onto others. For instance, Dylan, you might say, I would never steal from someone, but someone might say,
You are unmuted.
I'm okay with that if it's to feed my children. Like, there's different morals and they want to project it onto other people.
Well, Jen, I'll leave you on that. Thank you very much. You're going to join us next week as well.
Chad.
So
I'll join you next week. Have
there
a good
we
one,
are.
Dylan.
See you, Jen. Thank you. Take
See ya.
care. Ta-da.
What's back in session? You may be seated.
Bring the witness in, please.
So thanks to Jen for being here. As I say, Jen will be back next week as well with us. So yeah, thanks, Jen. Also, Jen will be in chat, so she'll answer your questions if you got any. She's in work currently, but yeah.
So, jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, I believe before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
So how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they had never been to my house. So it was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. Over the course of maybe 10 years, I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Bukkake, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Bukkake, Lieutenant Fanning, or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or a piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Help direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
So if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent, date and time, and a last message sent, date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent, date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No.
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
Sure.
Nudes. Oh, Donna. Thank you very much, Donna, for the gifted 10 memberships. Oh, Donna Graves, thank you so much. I did not expect that. Thank you. I do appreciate that, Donna. You're a gem. You are a gem. Thank you so much. That's lovely, isn't it? That. I didn't expect that. I looked up and I saw something green. As what's this? Donna Graves gifted 10 Alter Corner memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And congratulations, everybody that got a gifted membership. Here she is. Murph's in the house. Murph, I hope it's going well. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're well, my darling. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? That is sweet, isn't it, Philly girl? That's very sweet of her. Welcome to our newest members. Thank you, everybody. Well, Lisa, that's the thing, isn't it? This is what we obviously covered with Jen. I was like, is he going to bring it up? And in some ways, he has to bring it up. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, congratulations to Amy Bolger. No, it wasn't Amy. Sorry, Sarah Sarah, Rich, the Italian plumber, Cherry, Lisa, Mo, James, Hoslong. No, it wasn't Hoslong. Zach, Nathan, Olivia Nile. Hi, Olivia. Dragonfly and Anonymous, all for the gifted memberships. Thanks to Donna for that. Oh, yeah, El Jefe, you're done. It's over.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Oh, Shawnee boy, the lights have fly from glen to glen. Right. Why are we doing the sidebar? What's Jackson not happy about? What's he not happy about? Oh, dude, can this cameraman stop zooming in on her? Like, Jesus. Hey, Crafty Cow, somebody said something about you earlier on. Did I miss something, Crafty Cow? Apologies if I did miss it. Apologies if I did miss it. If you message, I don't know what you said or if I was supposed to respond. I don't know. Jury are leaving the building. The jury have left the building. They're going out for 10 minutes.
Okay.
That was according to Ted Daniel. They're going on a 10-minute break. I agree, Kathleen. I agree. It's disgusting. Boston, we'll see now. We'll see. Yeah, I agree, Eliza. I agree. Oh, I know, but it's disgusting. I just don't like it, you know. Hey, 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 hey.
So do you have that copy for me?
What's going on? They don't look too happy. What's going on? Right, here we go.
All right.
What? Are you effing kidding me? What's going on? We're taking a break. I thought they were going to discuss something. What are we doing? Oh, people, this is an absolute shit show. I got to put another bloody timestamp in now. Break. What's going on? What's going on? Wasting time. I know. I have no idea what's happening. Stephen, you speak like we think. I don't have a freaking clue what's going on. I know. I'm going to go Twitter. Let's go on. Twitter. I just got a message. Sorry, I have to laugh there. Not laughing about the screen, just laughing at a message I just seen. I love it. Hey, I'd love to explain what happened. I haven't got a freaking clue what's happened. They just went to sidebar and then they take a 10-minute recess.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime league.
I don't mind it, but it's just like stop popping up on in my head. Right. Yeah, I guys, there's nothing on Twitter. There's nothing there. So I don't actually know. They just come back from lunch. Oh, hang on, where was it? 10. They were there for about 24 minutes, and now they've gone on for a 10-minute break. Unless what they're doing is going through them. So the only thing I can imagine here is this, right? They're going through all the messages. Defense are. That's the only thing it can be. Because, hang on, let's see Twitter again then. No, nothing. Everyone just say Ted Daniels, Sue O'Connell, all just said 10-minute recess. And that's it. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Do, 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 do. Dee, 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 dee. Okay. Thank you for that as well. People message me. Right, so it must be something to do with the messages. They must be trying to go through the messages. That's the only thing it can be. Jimmy, I agree. Jimmy Castellano, this is a shit show. A shit show was run better than this, though. Miss Lassie, shout out to you. Thank you for your lovely comments as well on Twitter. I appreciate you. Thank you. Isn't TB live? Nope. No, I don't think so, anyway. I have not had a notification. If you want to show love, thank you very much, Jonathan. Hey, fella, how are you? Hope you're well, John. So, again, it must be to do with the text messages or the order they come in or something, because it's a defense that requested it, this sidebar. So it must be. So you and me, we're meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we'll fly away. Don't you know that Rome wasn't built in a day? Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, ooh. Oh, hang on. Right, hang on. Whilst we're waiting, I'll play this, right? It's nothing to do with this case, but I'll play it because it's microdots, and we love microdots here. I don't know. What the hell? Hang on. Something's come back. No. That guy came in my head just now, so what's that? No, right, let me finish that. Let's watch this for microdots then. Let's support microdots. He's just put something up here whilst we can wait. Yes, but it must be something in the order of it or something. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but it must be something wrong with it because Jackson rejected. Here we go.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged. Was missing, but not completely damaged.
Aiden's in there looking at Chip. Oh, hang on. I need to move myself. Hang on. Aiden's up there, and he was just saying, statement. What was he saying? Looking at Chip. They are off again tomorrow. Right, hang on. I can close that. No other tweets. There's no other tweets happening, people. I do like to put the tweets up, but they ain't nothing. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Nothing's happening. I am trying to find anything. No. Okay. Just a shout out as well, just in case you didn't know. Obviously, tomorrow I got Tom CPU on. Morning Club tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock UK time. So it's 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning, 2 p.m. UK time, with Tom CPU coming on at 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 o'clock UK time. And then obviously back Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. One of these days might be with Voir Dire. No worries, Jody. It's all good. It's all good. That's what we're here for. Here we go. Remy, just find the stream back. Oh, I found it straight away. Happy days. So Curious Kitty said, my husband said Bev should have to watch that day's courtroom action back so you can see how horrible Jacks. I know I pissed you off. Voir Dire. Voir Dire. I say Voir Dire because of you. Dire. Voir Dire. I call it what I call it, Di. You know that. Call it as we see it, Di. Diego John. And she's always gone too long. Oh, I agree, Jerry. I agree. So much for hurrying things along, Bev. I mean, well, again, this is a defense request, so I'm not really sure what's happening. Voir Dire. Voir Dire. But I'm always going to call it Voir Dire now because you die. I love the name Cherry Bakewell. Anira. Voir Dire. I'm just lost. There's nothing to speak about. I don't know what's going on. What's going on? Miss Me Lassie, I know. Hey, give me some. Hey, cut me some slack, chat. Cut me some slack, yeah. I can't pronounce everything. I just remember it's not my fucking first language. What's this? No, that's the wrong one. Oh, I just love the fact the chat is like, we are family. Let's go. I know, but I will always, I don't know why, I will always call it Voir Dire. My name is Dylan. It is. I'm a bit slow. What can I do, people? What can I do? That's why you call me Paddington, isn't it? That's why I call Paddington. Oh, that's why we call. You making me bring out the taco, Erin. The Erin's taco, Erin hack. The taco. We are another break. We are another break. We are, Josie, for some reason. I don't know why. You got packed the car down pretty well. I did, Dana. I did. Do you know what? With Voir Dire, Voir Dire, I always forget which one's which. And then I just think of Die. But also, shout out, we got Wednesday's lunchtime guest is Dana. Dana will be with us on Wednesday. So we've got lovely guests lined up Thursday, Friday. I will announce it the day before. So here we go. I don't know, Gary. So they're back, but they're not. I don't know. I need to make some. I'm starving. Dylan technically has a handful of Erin's taco. She loves it. Yeah, baby, she loves it. So anyway, no, we got it. Course back, we got it. I know, but everyone's a little bit. Yeah, Ed was got my back. Hey, cheers, Ed. Ed was got my back, people. I butchered spelling big time. Oh, yeah, I kind of spell it, even though people spell it. Now I'm going to start spelling VWAREDEAR. Hopefully, Lunchbox done with Proctor then. Yeah, I'm intrigued to hear your take on all this, Dana. And whilst we're waiting, please obviously go subscribe to one of my favorite channels out there. You know what it is. Resistant to Silence. So go and do that, please. That will be amazing. That'll be amaze balls. Right, where's this gone now? So just to keep you informed. So Dana's on Wednesday. We have got on Thursday, we got an Aussie. We got a Shayla. We got a Shayla joining us on lunchtime on Thursday. We got a True Crime Kangaroo. Good day, mate. True Crime Kangaroo is joining us on Thursday lunchtime because she's a proper Shayla. So she's going to teach me the lingo if I need to know. And then on Friday, you've asked for him and he came back. He is Di, the Druid, David the Druid, potty mouth, the male potty mouth version of Heather Taylor is back here on Friday as well. So there you go. So Dana tomorrow lunchtime, sorry, not tomorrow, Wednesday lunchtime. True Crime Kangaroo, the Shayla, good day, mate, on Thursday. And then Friday we've got Di, the Druid, joining us. And we might have Di on before then. Jennifer Manham. Jennifer's joining us next week. Next week, Jennifer will be back. Spelled Voir Dire, pronounced Voir Dire. This is the thing, though. Why do they spell it? Why don't they just spell it like VWARR, dear? If they want me to say that, then spell it like that. Don't spell it like Voir Dire. My Bev would have been just protesting. I agree with you. She's gone way too far. I agree with you. Resistance Silence, fantabulous, yes. And they were gracious enough. Do you know what, Dana? I did not realise, Dana, until I was told how much swearing I did on your show. So I'll publicly apologise to you for that. I did not realise. When I'm relaxed, I just swear. So I was totally relaxed. I loved my time on. But apologies if I was swearing too much, my friend. You're right, lady. I'm trying to sync my TV twice, but I got frustrated. So, there you go. It's all good. Speak the truth. Hey, Nash has got my back as well. Cheers, Nash. There you go. I got friends here. Di's not my friend anymore. French. Francais. She's back. Guess who's back? Bevy's back. Is she stumbling back in? Had a few gins. Many lawyers say Dyer. There you go. Thanks, Nash. Here we go. We're back. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, there we go, Heather. Happy days. There you go. And also, all the links are in the description box as well, people. So, Dana. TV posted an update for you. Yeah, I just showed it. I showed it earlier on. Curious Kitty. Here we go. We're back.
You are
Put the witness back, please.
Witness is coming back. Right, the jury better be back.
Still on the oath.
Yes, sir.
Procedure on?
Yes.
Trooper, if I can direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And What, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I don't speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a HTML link, whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Miss Gold, oui. Bonjour.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response to the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. I'm talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, we've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I had reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "Or just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, gonna be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 p.m. on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "In the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?" She responded, "Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth?" ? I respond with, "She's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, "Yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop."
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
So how would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Mhm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And we know the document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is that?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
I approach the retriever.
Yes.
So Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe approach Johnson.
Okay.
I always do that. Why do I always do that? Thank you, everybody. Bloody hell. I either not even on screen and speaking to you guys, or I'm. Anyway, I was just going to say, like, you know, scumbag. What he said about her health condition was, I didn't know that was coming. I didn't know. I am gobsmacked. I'm disgusted to think another human being would say something like that to his friends. Oh, man. This is the biggest mofo. We've been waiting for him. We knew he was a mofo. Look at him. He's like, all right. This is what I said.
Unmuted.
Anyway, shut up.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that's within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah, I was just saying to you, like the prosecution don't want to put this in, but they have no choice. Because if they don't, Jackson will. And he looks much worse. This is exactly what I said to Jed, this is going to happen, was he's just going to minimize and say, oh, I'm so sorry, I should never have done it. Absolutely. Ten women.
May I have a moment with counsel?
Okay.
I got my sandwich here. So this is my dinner, everybody. So you can see it. You'll see my dinner. There you go. That's my dinner. So I eat it off screen, but unsuccessfully. Christ loving mum is so embarrassing. I mean, Lali does not want this in, but like he says, it's embarrassing. It's this. It's embarrassing. You absolute mofo. And I think we could use the word mofo now. Hey, that good spot is coming though. Albert is coming. Get ahead of his crap. I know. It was to do about like her leaking the brown stuff. Like obviously, you know, I don't want to go too graphic in it, but
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
You went on the document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, you know, we golf together, hang outside of work, you know, our kids play together. So I'd say, you know, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Bukkake and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Rowley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Bukkake not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection. Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and any other communications that you have?
Basically just, you know, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So we have another document asking, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that to be?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I start out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Government, I'd take just a second to fill council. Going to pay your reports briefly on this packet.
Right. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Oh, no, I'm not muted, am I? No, okay. What a disgrace. This, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what a corrupt mofo looks like. Christy, I agree. If he does not lose his job, then there's something wrong here, people. I don't know, Philly girl. Interesting, yeah, interesting. How does he know her so well? There's a sidebar. The defense have requested a sidebar. I think it's just that they want to be sure the right text messages get in, the relevant one. But was it not dodgy earlier on when Jackson had to say to the judge, please, objection. Can you just read the whole text? He was trying to dodge text messages, and Lally was trying to dodge text messages. How corrupt is that? Lally again, trying to dodge questions. It's all there. Lally knows everyone's looking at it, but he's trying to be sneaky. Here we go. Rebecca works in a law firm. I'll lose my job if discuss cases. Are they just civil matters? Yeah. I've seen it. I did give you a like. I agree. What did Lady Rose say? I missed it. I'm sorry, I missed a few people's. I don't know what Lady Rose said. Oh, here we go. What a disgusting excuse of a man, let alone cop. Never have I reacted so strongly in this case. I've seen a few to such disgusting messages. Yeah. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. No excuse with all these talking about her crones the way he did. That was like, wow. The nudes, the way he speaks about her. I love the fact he said that taillight, he found that she was guilty because he found the taillight bits like 16 hours after the incident. Did you, Proctor? Did you indeed? This must be disclosed. Maybe, yeah, there's something. Jumped as a Brian Walsh case. There must be a fuck. Yeah. Yeah. And this is what angers me to die, right? Brian Walsh is guilty as they come from what we can see, from everything we've been presented. But now, everyone is going to be like, well, can you trust these people anymore? Look at this. They try to prosecute an innocent woman. They try to prosecute the wrong person. Lally still has 30 more witnesses. Jesus wept. Oh, I'm sorry. I do. We say it all the time in the UK, and I know it's insulting to the US people. Sorry. I try not to say it. I really do, but it's a habit I need to get out of. I'm sorry. There's been a few, but mostly just about the testimony. Do you know what I mean? Mostly about the testimony.
You are unmuted.
Yes.
They're handing you another set of documents. View those, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kukowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kukowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kukowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, that's her, smoke. Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to give another set of documents to recognize those.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Bukkake.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And it's fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, sir, go with the date and time again, please.
So page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Miss Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where he tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th, between Ms. Reed and an attorney. The phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach the retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Here we go, baby. Here we go. Ooh, ooh, here we go, baby. Hey, Luna. How are you doing, Loons? Nice to see you, Luna. Not seen you for ages. It's lovely to see you. Hope you'll move to Canada when well, my darling. I hope your new life is treating you well. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We are. I mean, that was right. Some people did tell me that it might be a short direct. I did not think it would be, but here we go. Here we go. Hey, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. What time did we finish? 4:30, is it? So we got an hour left. Who said that? Someone said an hour left. Eliza, sorry. They said an hour. Yeah, it's good. Hey, better than nothing. Better than nothing. Jesus, I thought that was. Oof. Okay. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. Thank you, Look, I appreciate that, but yeah, I love it. Normally this is how I do trials on my own. Obviously, I miss Sean because Sean's a fountain of knowledge, obviously. So I do miss him today, and obviously until he comes back. But I don't think he'll be back for a while. But you guys keep me going. Just remember, as a host like me now, the stream is only as good as the community, and I think we've got an awesome community here. So thank you very much, everybody, for participating. I don't know the answers to all the questions. I don't pretend to know either. And I won't BS you. I won't bullshit you with some lies. But don't know, I bet you someone in chat knows. So this is, how can you just sit there, Jerry? Oh, let the fireworks commence. Welcome to the jungle. Something fun and games. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Welcome to the jungle. Yeah, I love that song. I don't remember the words though. I drag it out. He's got to drag it right out. I mean, he's got it out today. He's got all day tomorrow. He's got all day, my friend. We go into the night. Yeah. Bailey did a lot of disgusting stuff to her. Life is great. It's good to be back here. Guess who's back? Luna's back. I'm doing well, my darling. It's nice to see you. I've not seen you for months and months. I thought you were going to join us for Craig trial, but you didn't. I was like, what? But obviously you were moving as well. So it's lovely to see you, my darling. Thanks for popping in. I know you're going to be back for the Kohlberger trial. I know. I believe an hour, Lisa. I believe an hour. I know. I did think we'd be there today. I thought tomorrow, but I got some sources that said that they'd be done by today. So shout out. They know who they are. Shout out to them. And to be fair, 35% of you said it'll be done by this afternoon. That's good. That's good, people. I told you. We've got some intelligent people here. Very intelligent people. Also, we got Di here. Here, Di Druid. I love Di. Thank you, Care. Thank you very much. There you go. Ajax. There you go. Oh, you say Action Jackson. The chat's amazing. It is. And hey, I'm very happy to make you Mother of the Year as well. Look at that. Who else? What are the children get a wave and a whoop whoop? Let's go. Love it. Love it, Josie. Mother of the Year. No court tomorrow. It does suck. But just as a reminder to everyone, I have got morning club tomorrow. Obviously, you know, I don't expect many people to be there, but 9 o'clock, and we got Tom CPU on at 10 o'clock because we'll discuss the whole setup outside and see how that is. And also Wednesday, obviously, we have got Dana from Resisted the Silence joining us during lunch break. Then on Thursday, lunch break, we have got True Crime Kangaroo. Good day, Mike. Good day, Sheila. We got her joining from Australia, Mike. And then Friday, we have the one, the only, the big mouth himself, David Owen, Die the Druid, joining us on Friday lunchtime as well. Janine, I think it's 4:30 she wants to, but hey, Judge Bev does what Judge Bev wants to. So I don't know. All I know he has as this is the one Jackson's been waiting for. Yes. Ba ba ba. Did I hear Luna? You did. Luna. Not seen Luna for ages. And I won't describe to people what you look like, Luna. Yes, thank you, Beach. Beach Cumbucked. Yes, great stream, host and chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. As I say, we cover trials every single day of the week, except for Saturdays and Sundays. Well, sometimes we do Saturdays, but I try and keep Sundays free as a day of rest. But we're back.
Unmuted.
We're back.
All right. So just before you start then, so we'll finish at 4. We're trying to figure out scheduling this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days. And we'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico. Is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right. All the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buchnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document I need. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
You'd received a photograph Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco, and Yuri Bukkake?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you outside on there. Have that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
You.
Lolly, why are you objecting? You put the text messages in. Lolly, you brought them in. What was Lolly objecting for? Lolly. Also, Lolly, tough. These are the text messages. Tough, son. Grow a set of balls. Don't try this case then. Because you're going to have to justify every piece of litter, rubbish that this guy and all the others said about this woman here. So let's not hide behind stuff here. Your mofos, Lally, your key witnesses all said such bad things about this wonderful woman. So don't try and object to stuff now, Lally. You decided to try this case or nothing. You're the one that decided to put lies into testimony. You're the one that decided to put a fake video into testimony as evidence. You're the one that's prepped all these witnesses to lie, you understand, Lally? You're knee deep in shit, Lally, so don't you object, you absolute son of a bitch. I got no tolerance for Lally anymore. I felt sorry for Lally before because I thought he was made to try this case. I no longer think he's made to try it. I think he's happy to prosecute and try and make sure that an innocent woman goes to prison. I got zero sympathy for Lally. This is also Lally. You can't pick and choose. You can't. He doesn't want other people to be incriminated. Basically, is what's happening right now. Because if you remember, Proctor said that this mofo Proctor said that as soon as obviously he done all these things, he went to his superiors and told them. Well, your superiors are in the fucking group chat. They're in the bloody group chat. So that's very convenient that you went to tell them about all these messages, inappropriate messages when you were found out. But they're actually in the chat with you. Jesus. Not for all of them, maybe, but for some of them. You're caught out with your pants down. So are your friends. This is not how it's done, people. This is not how it's done. This is what's wrong with not just America. I'm not going to say that just America. Every country that prosecutes of this, it's wrong. It's absolutely disgusting. This is why we need all court proceedings to be streamed. So people can wake up and actually see how it actually works. Because most people don't watch trials like I watch trials, and a lot of my group, they watch trials. It's disgusting. You wake up. Do not believe everything you hear from the Commonwealth. This is an example of why. They are trying to put stuff into testimony, pick and choose what they want as evidence. Oh, right. Let's see if there's anything on Twitter then. Aidan says, it just keeps getting worse. In a cross-examination, Alan Jackson gets Michael Proctor that he wrote a text message to his superiors in which he called Karen Reid's attorney, David Ignetti, a retard. He calls him retarded. Your key witnesses, Lally, has called the defense attorney, lead defense attorney, one of them, a retard. and they've been they've been testifying. Yes, never ever talk to.
You are unmuted.
Hang on.
Okay. And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from of Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking for who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it that you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
Right. I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did you not know?
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night
Piece of
as you
shit.
sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I had said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
So this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so.
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Bukkake dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in the same string, your boss, Yuri Bukkake, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Bukkake liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he like that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
The, going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, he encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? You're a Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes.
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
Correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those
Okay.
same three cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated will be full days of testimony shortly. Thank you.
Okay, all right, jury up.
We'll see if anything goes put on record now.
All right, so one last time at sidebar for scheduling, okay?
Sidebar scheduling, right, that's that 808. 808. Right, I don't think that's a bad ending, right? Right, I personally, just me personally, I think it's fine because they got all that stuff about the nudes and stuff like that. He is going to tear a new one because when it comes to Wednesday, he's going to go through all that again, and he's going to remind them and then tear him a new one again. So I think Karen's happy. Karen's happy. The last thing they are going to remember is about Bukkake liking texts about calling her and Yannetti retards, the nude stuff and stuff like that. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She's going to be fine. Look, ideally, yes, we'd have carried on, but it's fine. The jury will not forget it. This is what I mean. They left on that note. And I think that was super important because all they were going to think about now is, what the fuck? So you're talking about the lead investigator, his superiors, all slagging off the defendant and the defense attorneys. What? This is it. It's like leaving the jury to go home and steal all the Jackson. Exactly. Donna, I agree. I might have used it there, right? Because they said it in court. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but I don't like it either. I don't use it. I do not use it. But I used it there because obviously it was said in open court. But no, I'm not a big fan of it myself. So we go. Woo! I know, again, the R word, I don't use the R word. I only used it for that example, people. I don't use it. I promise you, I do not use that word. Leah, this is so outrageous. Hello, darling. And everyone sees it. Even Jennifer Coffey had to admit it was. Did she? Wow. I have to check that out. Wow. To limit what defense can cross him on. Yes. That's exactly why there's so many sidebars as well. Uh-huh. Hey, Louis. No. Hayden, good color. He's not. Yeah, he won't be watching it. So, but you can imagine what his reaction would be. I know. We all miss him. I know. How many people are in between Rentham and Boston? Oh, that was interesting. What a way to finish it. Nah, I think he's fine. I know it is last time his phone, but I think he's going to be fine because they searched it last time. So, whew. This is done. The defense don't even need to call witnesses, but I'm going to love it all the more when they do. Bev can't block all witnesses. She likes the Commonwealth is really effed. Defense can recall him though. Yeah. Definitely should have a UK drinking night. Yeah, we'll have to get together at some point. Digital needs. Proctor has broken my heart today. I agree. That's one word I don't use. I know I've used it, but as a reference. But everyone is invited. Hey, Joni, we're invited to Boston. The stuff is said about her MS is worse than anything, in my opinion. It shows disgusting. It's all disgusting. I agree. Then I could have boss. I am coming. I will be coming, Kathleen. I'll be coming to Boston at some point. What I said was, once I know what's happening, I think for Karen's celebration. Right, so we finished there 8, 13, 14.
All right, thank you very much.
8,
All rise for the court, please.
8, 13, 40. Jay and Karen. Right, these timestamps aren't right yet, so bear with me. I need to redo some of them. Right, let's close this one down. So yeah, I will be coming out to Boston. It just depends if I can time it. I want to come out for Karen's celebration for the when she gets a not guilty verdict. Hopefully there'll be a celebration and I'll come out for it, hopefully. If it all works out. And it's not too expensive, then I will come out. Tom, CPU. Let's see her walking out the court then. Hang on. Multitasking here. Oh, what's Aidan going to say? Right, Tom's got it muted. It's not me muted, it's Tom. Tom's got his thing muted. So, it was heavy last Monday morning. Yeah, these people are supposed to serve protect.
Sorry about that, guys.
Amen. Patriot Place. That's where Foxborough, isn't it? Foxborough's Patriot Place. Over there, I live in. There you go.
There were people talking about.
There will be a get together. I was briefly talking to Kelly Reid about it, and there will be some sort of get together. But even if I can't make it for the get together, I will be coming out. Dennis Sweeney and his lovely wife have promised me a cookout there in Dedham, and also I've got to come out meet Dana so I can give him some lamb chops. He's never had lamb before. No, he's not. Curiosity Kid. So Sean's not going to be on a live stream for. I hesitate to say how long. I would suggest he's probably not going to be on at all this week, and possibly even next week. I don't know. So watch his space. I would say on that, but no, he won't be on tonight. No, Sean. Sean's got family to look after. He's at but essentially he's not going to be on stream for a while. So, okay, guys, time and place. Everyone's invited. Happy days. Do you know what, Jolie? Everyone's been so kind, cooking me food, offering me accommodation, all this. Come pick me up at the airport. Do you know what I mean? It's great. Di's coming out as well. Di will be coming out with me when I go out. And Del Boy. There's a few of us. There'll definitely be a celebration. There you go. The crafts, yes. Before the celebration. I hope to come out. I do generally hope to come out. Hey, Di, I was looking at the flights that he was talking about. They don't fly to Boston anymore. They don't fly to Boston's Virgin or I think there's another one. It's just, yeah. What's that? Something's in my background. All right. Are you guys hearing that? Are you all hearing that? Is that just me? There's a stream going. I don't know where. I can't hear. I can hear somebody speaking. No court tomorrow, Sassy. I will have Tom CPU on though, so come and join us tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock Eastern. Tom's coming on at 10. Right.
Ms. Reed, do you want to say anything about the language you heard?
Like a state police to say something about the language you heard.
Are you surprised Trooper Proctor still has his job?
I think you got to get insight into it.
Compromise the investigation.
Is there anything else missed?
Among others.
Everything in the text message shows bias. Do you expect him to write he thinks he's innocent and he's trying to frame her? Is that what you actually expect? Your question, it just dawned on me.
I found it.
Your question is, you work for the same station that the Albert's lawyer works for.
Right on.
Right? Is that where these questions are coming from?
Yep. Exactly why. Yes, we don't like to collaborate. That was in your mind. What would you like to say to Trooper Proctor today?
Have anything to say to Trooper Proctor. He'll have to answer to someone someday. Here or someplace else in that.
Oh, Bill.
Excuse me?
What did you say?
Carrie, to hear them read in open court, I know you've heard them before, but can you just tell us what that felt like? I've done nothing wrong. He has. I might want to ask him how he feels.
We're all very confused. We're very confused. Turning up the heat. Turning it up.
Start on the 18th. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, just stay there for a second. Turning up the heat.
No, it's not. You guys are behind. You guys are behind. It's not muted, people. It's not muted. It's you just behind, guys. That's all. Sea Dog 8, as always, fella. Thank you, my friend.
Kevin and Carol, I'm going to take an interview.
Do you know what, Donna? I did message him this morning to
Hello,
say
Seattle. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Funny.
You hear what Proctor said?
Oh, yeah. Are you watching?
Wow.
I would have been fine.
Wow.
Let's stop that there. I will, Donna. I did text him on behalf of the stream today to give him our love and stuff. So Di is coming out with me. I think there's a few. Dell said he wants to come out as well. There's probably a few UK people that will come out as well whenever it happens. Di, I'll probably have to kip with you, Di, and fly from Manchester as well. I hate London. So I don't know. We'll sort something out, Di. We'll be flying out together, my brother. We'll get something together. If I have to fly from Manchester, I will. I am not sure how we'll get there, but we'll get there if we can. Right, let's do this because some people very generously donated. So let me do this. I will close it down for the night then. I can't wait as well, Dina. I can't wait. I just hope it works out well, as in when we time it well. Hang on, where's my brand on? Right, 2 seconds. Oh, do you see? Why do I have to stick myself right there? Right in front of that. Hang on, let me just bloody move it. Right, again, shout out. Oh, Jesus. Oh, well, I did it again. Sorry. Shout out to Armour Cloud, now a member. Thank you, Anne. And Bibby Reed, thank you, Bibby, for your coffee. Thanks for your hard work and a pleasant home to watch the trial. Thank you, Bibby. You guys make it a kind and generous place. So never forget that. Without you guys, there isn't a good and generous stream here. So appreciate you. Dana, you might not have heard me earlier on, but I got feedback about the stream we did together. I was swearing too much. So apologies, Dana, for swearing too much on your stream. I loved it though. Sounds like a plan, my friend. Yeah, I mean, I want to make sure that there's a gang of us going from the UK. I don't want to be the only one. So I want to make sure there's a gang of us going from the UK, going out, whether we fly from London, not Bristol, Manchester, whatever it is. I want to make sure, bang, There's a gang of us going out there, you know, like Miss Gold's teacher says, the UK stands behind Turtle Boy and stuff like that. So, and Karen Reid. Okay. Don't stop believing. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. Having such a good time. Having a ball. Don't stop me now. Don't stop me. Having a good time. Da, 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 da. I don't know the rest of the song. I know I butchered it and I skipped in the song, so it's fine. We're not meant to let it fly. Do you know what? I let it fly. I am monetized, Dana. I still let it fly. You don't really get punished for it. It's fine. But yeah, I didn't realize I was swearing so much. I honestly thought I didn't swear. And then all of a sudden, everyone was like, Jesus, you swear like a trooper. I was like, what? Like Proctor trooper? No, they cut that for the day. They're back Wednesday. They just finished for the day. That's all. Raul says, hit 9K in subs tomorrow. How many subs have I got, Raul? How many subs have I got, sir? I have now got 8,715. That might be too ambitious tomorrow. End of the week, maybe. We'll see. Well, as I say, you can see the schedule. We have got 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, 8 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Pacific. We got the Bowling Club, but then at 7 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock UK time, 4 o'clock Europe time, and I believe that is 11 o'clock in the evening Australian time. We got Tom CPU coming on as well to discuss the outside of court and stuff like that. So, and obviously on Wednesday we're here with Karen again, and we're joined by Dana as well. So thank you, Dana, for that, to join us on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, we've got True Crime Kangaroo from G'day Mate Sheila. We got her coming on Thursday. She's new to the channel. And then Friday, we got the main man himself, or one of the main men. Well, the main man himself is Dana coming Wednesday. Then we've got Di on Friday. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. I am tired, so I am going. We're lucky 2 p.m. Yes. Same as usual, just a little bit of a chat. And then Tom's coming. Yeah, I've done it. It's all good, guys. He knows. He'll see the chat. It's fine. No, Jewers, he's not doing. He won't be streaming for a while, and he won't be streaming this week. I don't believe, Jewers. Maybe not even next week. Fly into JFK and take the train to the Boston area. Okay. Thank you, Gary. Always a pleasure, never a pain. There we are. I did on behalf of everyone. It's fine. He knows the love's coming. So hopefully, people will see a lot of you here tomorrow with your questions for Tom. And then after that, we're back on Wednesday at 8 o'clock, because court's at 9. So back 8 o'clock as normal then. So there we are. Di says, sounds like a plan. Yeah, I don't mind that. Whatever. Bye, October Girl. Thank you very much for that. And special shout out to everyone that gave gifted membership. Susie gifted membership. John gifted memberships today. Amanda became a member. Thank you. Donna as well, very generous. Thank you very much for 10 gifted. Jody, thank you for the super chat. Kathleen, thank you for the super chat. Diamond Dave, thank you for the super chat. And Paul, thank you for the super chat. And also Amy, member for 3 months. Thank you very much, guys. You are all legends. And with that, people, I'm going to do the intro as an outro. So if you missed the intro this morning, it's all the protesters and stuff like that. I'll play it again now for you guys. So thank you, Joni. Thank you, October Girl. Thank you, everybody. So with that, everybody, let me play it. Let me line it up, and then we'll be out of here. Emma, catch you later, my darling. See you later. Come out with us. Shopman, thank you, my darling. See you later, Gar. Thanks, fella. Thank you, Truth Seeker P. There you go. Yeah, Tom tomorrow. There you go. Right, let me play the brand, and then we can go. I need to find it first, that's all. Here we go. I got it. I'll play it back to front then.